but I forgive you. I get into it. You stole my love, but I forgive you. I I'm just being honest. Baby, it's our time. All we do is fight. Maybe we should call it what it is. You think you can fix me? I'm doing just fine. You think you can change me? I'll change time. You think you can fix me?
the housekeeping announcement. It's not majority of delegates registered. Okay, well, we'll give it time though, Rich, to sit down. My fellow libertarians, we will bring this thing to order in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. Please be sure that you are checking back in at the credentials desk. Please recheck in at the credentials desk. There's a different badge for Sunday and a different delegate ribbon for Sunday. So check in at the credentials desk to make sure that you are squared away. To be squared away here for Sunday, you should have a white ribbon with a little gold bar at the bottom and a badge that says Sunday on it. Yep, straight in the back of the room. Take a look at your badge. If your badge does not say Sunday on it and have a white ribbon with a gold bar attached to it, please proceed to the back of the room and get yourself hooked up with the credentials people. We'll give it a few minutes while people get that taken care of. Thank you.
I'm giving you a warning in advance. I'll probably put it in writing. Testing. Bay Bautista, would you please raise your hand? Bay Bautista, please raise your hand. Bay?
In fact, she's got it, or she will put it up. My fellow libertarians, 2 minutes. The 2 minute warning. 2 minute warning, my fellow libertarians. We are almost here. All right, my fellow libertarians, it is 8:51. We are over time, and we need to come to order. Let us come to order, please, at 8:51 on Sunday morning. Welcome to Sunday morning. It's Liberty Church. Bless. All right. To open up, we got to open up by talking about the nominations for the national delegation. Those nominations are still open, and nominations can be made from the floor today. There are some folks who were nominated yesterday who have to satisfy one of their confirmation requirements with the secretary. I'm going to read this list. This list is not intended to shame you. It is intended to alert you. So, this is the list of people that we still need to talk to the secretary to verify some piece of their membership. Benjamin Weir, Caitlin Peters, Chris Minoletti, Eileen Fallon Henot, or Henot, Henot, Gail Lightfoot, Hayden Muratore, Jesse Thomas, Karen Caballo, Kyle Olney, Richard Fast, Ross Osborne, and Wendy Hewitt. You need to talk to the secretary because she needs to be able to check something out about your membership, and you need to help her figure out where you are in the database. So we'll get that dealt with, and that way that'll allow the secretary to produce that final ballot that we will be dealing with after lunch. So that being the case, Credentials Committee this morning.
Chris Kinnear, Orange County Credentials Committee. The count of delegates is 55.
55 is what we're starting with today. I can't drive. 55. Okay. All right, first on our agenda here for Sunday morning is awards. So we're going to do some awards presentations here today. So we open with a moment for Ed Crane. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Thank you, Aaron Starr. Edward H. Crane was born in suburban Los Angeles on August 15th, 1944. Once referred to by the Washington Post as, quote, the Lion King of button-down libertarianism, Crane was the vice chair of the LPCA, chair of the LNC from 1974 to 1977, and campaign manager for Ed Clark's campaign for governor in 1978. In 1977, he co-founded the Cato Institute, and under his leadership, which lasted from 1977 to 2012, the Cato Institute grew from a 3-person office in San Francisco to one of the most prominent public policy research organizations in the country. From the beginning, he insisted that Cato stick to firm libertarian principles and take on big issues. Said the Washington Post, Ed Crane has taken the different path, a single-minded freethinker whose life has been lived largely out of step with his times, or perhaps a step or two ahead of them. Ed Crane died on Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. If I can have everyone's attention, even in the back, please, let us observe a moment of silence for Ed Crane. Thank you. All right, our next award is the Delia Rawson Award for doing the work. Delia Beauregard Haskett Rawson was the first woman to drive a stagecoach carrying the U.S. mail, and she was from California. Born in 1861 in Ukiah, she was the daughter of the local Wells Fargo stage line agent. And when she was 14, one of her father's regular drivers fell ill. No one else was willing to drive the run for 2 reasons. First, managing a team of horses was a dangerous, detail-intensive, physically demanding skill. Second, the driver would be out alone on a route that had been robbed over 24 times. But the mail had to be delivered regardless of the dangers, so Delia Rawson volunteered to do it anyway. She carried the mail from Ukiah to Willits on that first run and became a regular backup driver on the 45-mile Lakeport Ukiah run for about 10 years. Delia Rawson did not seek fame or applause. She was simply willing to do the work that needed doing. She could have shied away. She could have talked a lot about doing it or dreamt of how it might someday be done or filled her time criticizing those doing it while refusing to do it herself. Instead, she just did the job that needed doing. She wasn't in it for credit or glory. She just did the work. As libertarians, we could all take a lesson. And we can take a lesson from this year's award recipient. The 2026 Delia Rawson Award for doing the work goes to Dr. Dave Schrader. Dave is a career data scientist who has brought his prodigious analytic skills with him onto the executive committee. His project as an at-large has been to help everyone else's outreach projects. And as we live in a data-driven world, his sharp eye and willing assistance have already been a tremendous help. It can be difficult sometimes for libertarians to accept help. And this was a double challenge for Dave by virtue of the fact that most of us find data analytics to be an arcane mystery. But he patiently explains and re-explains and re-explains how data helps, taking little credit for the projects that he assists, and the message is finally getting through. His analytics have already helped sharpen outreach efforts, and we look forward to his aid in finding further success. We salute the Gandalf of data analytics, Dr. Dave Schrader. Come on up here. Would you like to say a few words? Step on up here for a second.
Thank you. I'm quite honored. I'm rerunning, so the idea of data analytics shouldn't be a one-time shot. It should be ongoing, and it should be a sequence of experiments because We have a lot of opinionated libertarians, which is part of the challenge, part of the joy, but nobody knows the right answers because they didn't collect any data. So that's what I want to do. A lot of experiments, it's called science, and we can learn who are the people most likely to renew, for example, or the people that we should reach out to who are registered libertarians but not members of the party. So there are many future experiments that we could do. I don't do all the work. I help make things better, more focused on the right people because we have very scarce resources. So the only way we're going to beat the other major parties is by being smarter than they are. We all know we are smarter, but with data you can be even more smarter. So that's my goal.
We have a certificate for you there. And then we have the snazzy plaque trophy thing right here.
Excellent.
And there you are. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Thank you. There are members of the Libertarian Party of California who have been here for a long time. And it is time to honor their steady, persistent work to keep liberty principles alive in this beautiful land in which we live. Therefore, today we induct a new set of lifetime activism honorees, the Libertarian Party of California sequoias. The sequoia trees are native to California. They are living symbols of strength, endurance, and deep-rooted commitment, weathering centuries of storms and seasons. The sequoias are paragons of persistence and resolve, rooted deep and standing stubbornly tall. And like these great trees, our LPCA Sequoia members have remained present and steadfast through many years of political shifts, always upholding the core values of individual freedom and personal responsibility. They have been here a long time, and more importantly, they've been here pretty much the whole time, and they're still here. Sequoias do not quit. Our LPCA Sequoia's activism and dedication have built a lasting foundation for the party's continued existence. These veterans have campaigned, they have built local affiliates, and they continue to show up, keeping the flame of liberty alive through persistence and resolve, rooted deep and standing stubbornly tall. So today we induct the next set of LPCA Sequoias. As I call your name, please come up to the front. We have a little pin for each of you to wear on your badge today and on whatever you decide to wear it on. You're libertarians, you do you. Audience, please hang on to your applause until I read the names and they come up here, and then by all means we will applaud them. So, for 2026, Judge Jim Gray, please come to the front. Linda Hinkle, where are you? Are you in the room? Linda, come on up. And Lawrence Samuels. So, come on up here, please. Is Lawrence in the room?
Lawrence is
What?
ill.
Okay.
Okay. Chris Gannier, Orange County credentialing update, 69 credentialed delegates.
You're welcome. All right. I should mention before we proceed, since we're dealing with awards and achievements and that sort of thing, that I happen to have right here in my pocket. I thought you'd like that. I have right here in my pocket a Libertarian Party of California lifetime pin. This is our LPCA lifetime member pin. This can be yours for the low, low price of $1,000. You can become a Libertarian Party of California lifetime member and sport this pin, which itself is emblazoned with 3 California poppies, the state flower, each one corresponding to the 3 points of the Statement of Principles. And so you too can join the august community of Libertarian Party of California lifetime members for the low, low price of $1,000. Do I have a taker from the floor at this time? That's fine. It will go back in my pocket for just a minute. Okay. So let's,
Sorry to interrupt.
oh,
It's $1,200.
is it 12? I thought it was 1. Well, since there's confusion, hurry and pay $1,000 and let's do it. We're libertarians hunting for a bargain. That's what we do. All right. So next on our agenda is elections. So let's go ahead and start into some elections. Our first election that we have to dispose of today is for treasurer. Our treasurer resigned. We've had an interim treasurer operating with us, and we need to elect a treasurer to finish this term, a one-year term. So at this time, I will open nominations for treasurer.
Hello,
Yes.
Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County, outgoing interim treasurer. I am nominating Mike Van Roy.
All right. Mr. Mike Van Roy, do you accept your nomination?
I accept.
Fantastic. All right. What other nominations? Any other nominations? This might go fast. All right. This is one of those offices. Everybody's like, not me. All right. So, that being the case, let's see here. We're allowed 5 minutes total for a nominating speech. If the nominator for Mr. Van Roy would like to speak to that nomination, you have 5 minutes to do so. But first,
Credentialing update is 70.
70. Not quite as nice. Nicer. Nice +1.
Okay.
All right,
Yes,
5
I have a
minutes, please.
nominating speech, and I'm going to read this, but I just wanted, okay. Mike is a relative newcomer to the party, but once he joined, it didn't take him long to step up. 3 months after he joined, he was elected Alameda County's treasurer. His first LPC convention was Santa Nila last year, and people are still talking about his popcorn. I didn't eat it, but apparently it was really good, right? Okay. So, after that, he was appointed to the bylaws committee, the budget committee, and he was briefly on the financial standards committee until he was appointed CSC chair, or treasurer, excuse me. And I just want to say, I want to add a little bit more to that. So Mike was on the financial standards committee, and he stepped right in and wanted to do the work. And he was on the budget committee, and he stepped right in and wanted to do the work. And I started working with him, and I thought, you know, I don't really want to be treasurer for too long. I'm going to clean up the mess. And he was willing to step in. So we've worked together some now. We're going to work together more as we do this. But I think that he really wants to do this. And who really wants to be treasurer? I mean, let's be honest, right? So he wants to do it. I think that is the most important thing. He also has a AA in accounting, a BS in economics with a minor in finance. And he has worked for Dynex and for Bosch. He has served a wide variety of nonprofits as treasurer. And he also, he was the treasurer of the California State Association of Parliamentarians. That's a little bit shady. No, I'm joking. So I think that he's excellent for this position. I strongly hope that you'll vote for him and not no to this time, although, you know, true libertarians and all. And now it's your turn to talk about yourself.
Indeed, Mike, you can take up to 10 minutes.
I won't take that one.
Okay.
Do it the easy way. I like doing things the easy way. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Treasurer is a tough job. It is not as tough as many people think it is if you have the right training. And I'm going to be working with Gardner to provide training to our affiliate treasurers and anybody else who wants to step up and be in a financial role in this organization. We're going to be working with CPAs, CMAs, EAs, et cetera. And we're going to be creating some tools that will hopefully build a pipeline so that I can find my own replacement eventually, because I don't want to do this job forever either and have the time for it. So thanks, and vote for me.
All right, in the interest of the protocol of a libertarian room, is there anyone who would like to speak to the candidacy of NODA? All right, then according, someone's coming? Oh, Chris isn't coming to vote for NODA. He's coming with a credentials report. Okay.
I know we are supposed to have someone to say something about NODA. So none of the above. This has to be on every ballot. It's part of our bylaws. And therefore, we will have it on this ballot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We have observed the rites and rituals of libertarianism proper here on Sunday morning, Liberty Church. All right. So, as there is only the one nomination, we can dispose of this by voice vote with a simple majority. So, all those in favor of Mike Van Roy taking the office of treasurer for the Libertarian Party of California, please rise at this time. Well, okay, but I mean,
It counts as a voice vote.
doesn't this count as a voice vote? I mean, we're all here. Everyone is expressing their approval. That is clearly what's happening. All right, if you stood up, say aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Be seated. Those of you who are voting for NODA, say NODA. Congratulations, Mike Van Roy. You are the treasurer. All right, so that brings us to our next set of elections, which is for the at-large executive committee positions. Per the bylaws, we are electing 8 at-large executive committee members this particular time. So we will open nominations for at-large executive committee members from the floor at this time. Are there nominees for at-large?
I will start with one.
Okay.
I nominate Wes Martin.
Wes Martin, thank you. Oh, is Wes Martin in the room? Yes, he is. He's back there. Do you accept your nomination, sir? He does. All right. Further nominations over here?
Yes, Jeff Hewitt, Riverside County. I would like to nominate Paul Vallandingham. He's not here right now, but he's already sent his confirmation. I believe, Lauren, you might even have it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further nominations?
Mike Van Roy, treasurer-elect. I'd like to nominate Richard Stafford for at-large.
Richard Stafford. Richard has contacted me directly, so I know that he has confirmed his nomination. Further nominations? Okay, we'll do further nominations over here.
Dave Schrader from LA, I'll nominate Mimi Robson.
Then I need someone to nominate me.
Okay, and Mimi, you accept your nomination? Okay. All right, further nominations? We're still talking about it over here.
I'd like to nominate Dave Schrader.
Okay. Dave, do you accept your nomination? Okay. Further nomination?
I nominate Francisco, and I'm not going to get his name right.
Alanis.
So, yeah, he couldn't be here today. He asked to be nominated, so I'm nominating him.
Excellent, thank you. Yes.
Mark Hinkle, nominating Mark Hinkle.
Okay. Enough said. Does he know him? Does Mark Hinkle accept the nomination by Mark Hinkle? I think we're good. Okay. Further nomination?
Alvin O'Brien nominating Star Child.
Star Child. Star Child, you accept your nomination? All righty. Further?
June Janis, nominating myself. I've
You
been
accept?
on there. Yeah, I accept. I've been on. I'm willing to grind on further.
Okay. All right, further nomination. Looks like somebody's coming to the microphone. No, we're not coming to the microphone. No further nominations? I'm not seeing anybody else at the microphones for further nominations. Okay. That being so, we'll go ahead and close nominations, and we'll move into speaking time. So it looks like candidates get up to 4 minutes total. Theoretically, the person nominating you can speak if the candidate is not here. So let's go ahead and open that up with Wes Martin, since he was first nominated. So Wes, if you'd like to come on up here. Oh, he threw a jacket on. Now it's real.
Trying to look a little more professional.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wes Martin. I'm the former chairman of Humboldt County, current chair of the Communications and Media Committee, Credentials, and Information Technology, website, a bunch of different stuff. So I have taken a rather long hiatus from working within the party. And last year after convention, I came back to do some work with us because of all the things that we have lost. And we have lost more than just people. In my mind, I think we have lost our professionalism. And when I say professionalism, I'm not talking about how you dress or how many F-bombs you use in your speech. I'm talking about standard operating procedures, actual lists of ways that these committees are supposed to work, actual like templates and outlines of things of ways that the executive committee should communicate with one another, should communicate with our membership at large, should get things done within the party. That's what I'm here for. I've been in food and beverage and processed food manufacturing for 15 years. Standard operating procedures are my bread and butter. The flow of food is something that I know intimately. And it's the exact same thing across pretty much all industries. Proper flows of information, proper flows need to be done. There need to be standard operating procedures for every committee that we have. And that's what I hope to do. Thanks, everybody. Vote for me.
Thank you very much. Chris can hear us making his way to the microphone. That can mean generally one thing, but he surprised us already this morning. Chris.
Credentialing update 71.
71, thank you. All right, that brings us to Paul Vallandigham. He was nominated next. I believe, Jeff, you are here for him. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and I will be speaking on his behalf since he can't be here.
All right.
Paul has been in leadership roles at the county and state levels since joining the party in 2017, having a crucial role as assistant manager in my Riverside County Supervisor campaign, along with serving all official roles in Riverside County LP California Secretary 2019 to 2021, LP California Treasurer 2021 to 2023, and at-large alternate on the LP California Executive Committee 2025 to 2026. Paul served as an important member on my staff when I was 5th District Supervisor in Riverside County. During his latest term on the Executive Committee, he has made over 300 phone calls to encourage members to attend this convention and has worked closely with both Dave Schrader and Mark Hinkle to make phone calls to almost 100 lapsed members as an initial test run campaign to regain those members. There are almost 500 more calls to make in the lapsed member calls round 2, and Paul would like to continue this work as a member of the Executive Committee in addition to other duties on the XCOM. Now that's what Paul told me to tell you. I'm going to tell you something about Paul from the heart. Maybe it was 2 years ago, whatever. Paul, one day after he had most of his left leg cut off, came on here and made a report as one of the officers of this XCOM. He made it down here to check out this hotel. He's in a wheelchair. He's a paraplegic now. This guy is the most libertarian of anybody I've ever met. Anyway, throw in your vote for Paul. He's the kind of people we need in this party. And from there, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. All right, next on my list is Richard Stafford. Mike Van Roy, you can speak to Richard's candidacy.
Why you gotta be so short? You know,
We're going to make this happen.
I'm a money guy, not a logistics guy. Okay. Though Mr. Stafford, or Richard, can't be here in person due to a death in the family, he remains deeply committed to the Libertarian Party of California's mission and supporting the Central Committee members of the LPCA. Over 6 months of his service on the XCOM, he has been working to grow affiliates in Northern and Central organizing the No on 50 event in Butte County, street contacting in San Jose and Fresno, teaching civics and fiscal responsibility lessons to youth groups and classes, and representing the Libertarian Party of California to Cal Poly Humboldt for their annual politics night where he represented us among the Board of Supervisors, City Council members, and district representatives. He has even been an advocate for fiscal responsibility in his employment, reducing government military contracts by $18 million in a single day. I wish he was here to give details on that. That sounds fascinating. While family members call him away this weekend, his trust in you, this body, is absolute. He asks for your continued support and engagement, and he'll be right back at work with all of you soon.
Thank you. All right, Mimi Robson, you are next on the list.
I've been in the party for a long time, and I'm willing to do the work, and I'd like to continue, especially on some of the committees I'm on. I've been working very strongly with the information technology. I've gotten a lot of our systems better in place, and I would like to continue that work. Thank you.
All right, Dave Schrader.
So I'll continue the theme of doing lots of experiments, but I need to help you. So if you're a candidate or if you're a county person that's trying to grow membership, give me a call. Basically, the way I can help you is I've learned all the details of the NEON, the L2, and I'll probably learn Nation Builder as that comes along, so you don't have to even deal with that. I can give you a list, and that will help you with your lapsed member outreach efforts. We're learning as we go. So the first effort was for the Lars Mapstead funded campaign to the 9 gerrymandered counties. So I did the list pull for that. And we can reuse that list as we try to target for some of the candidates, for example. We pay attention to not only the channel, so did physical mail work or not work? We can take a look at email versus texting. They all have a different cost. So as people develop their outreach campaigns, we can help with the ideas around the budget. There's low-hanging fruit. I did a poll of the national database members compared to the state members. So if people are a member of national but not state, you would think that we could get them. And then the most recent effort was helping Pat with some outreach to a test group of 1,000 people via email. So list management is one area. Modeling is the harder core data science thing. So I came up with a new thing called RFM modeling, which retailers use. So R is recency. How long ago was it that you were last in the store? Frequency, how often do you come? And then M is money. So if you take a weighted combination of that, we can then rank order the list. So if you have a list of, say, 4,089 lapsed members in our database, the probability of them joining is not equal. So that's why we pulled the top 500 for Paul and Mark to do phone calls to. The fun part is mentoring. So right now I'm doing it on my own, but if you know younger people that want to become proficient in data analytics, put them in touch with me. I've done that on sports analytics projects at a variety of universities around the country. The insights include things like younger and older people are definitely different attitudinally on the issues. That might give rise to different marketing messages if you're a candidate focusing on younger people versus older people. The top criteria that I've found that differentiates between registered libertarians in general and people who are party members, so I scored all of you. If you vote 75% of the time in even year general or primary elections, your score is like 81% of the time voting. The average registered libertarian votes 27% of the time. So if we can pick out the people who tend to vote a lot, the priority should be to go after those people to convert them. Okay, so that's my speech, but it's really an educational speech, and that's at the heart what I like to do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Francisco Alanis is not here. June, would you like to speak to Francisco's candidacy?
Yeah, Francisco was an alternate this year, and because we had some lack of attendance, he was able to participate as a voting member. I thought that he contributed interesting things at the times he was participating, even in his capacity as alternate. He brings an element of diversity and the ability to translate, which I think we very much need, and I would like to see him be able to continue that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Hinkle, your nominator, can speak to your nomination.
All right, I'll try to keep this down under 4 minutes. I voted for John Hospers in 1972, became a lifetime member for the Libertarian Party in 1974. Ed Crane signed my membership card as a national director. In my span of over 4 or 5 decades in the Libertarian Party, I've raised over $1 million for state, local, and national Libertarian parties. For the former headquarters of the Libertarian Party in Alexandria, Virginia, I raised over $200,000 personally for that. Sadly, we don't have that office anymore. In addition to being active in the Libertarian Party for over 10 years, I've been president of the Silicon Valley Taxpayers Association, primarily writing bond measure, parcel tax, and special tax arguments against that appear in the ballot, saving the taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. I've been a candidate for over 9 times, twice as a winner of the Sons of Liberty Award winner as the most principled libertarian candidate, founder of the International Association of Libertarian Parties. I've spent more than 13 years as the representative of California from the National Party, 2 years as national chair. During my term as my 6 years terms of the Libertarian Party of California, tripled the membership to over 6,000 dues-paying members during Project Archimedes. We had a budget of over $350,000, and we have over 100 candidates running. And recently, I've been active in securing finances for the State Fair project for the Libertarian Party, so that we have access to the State Fair, which over 600,000 people attend every year, and they get to see the Libertarian Party. So I wish to continue my work until my time is done. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. All right. Star Child, you are next on the list.
So I'm nominating Star Child because Star Child is a fixture of California politics, but I knew Star Child by reputation even when I was vice chair of the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire 20 years ago. Star Child has served on the LNC, our state executive committee. He's the chair of LP San Francisco, and you may remember that in 2024, he attended Donald Trump's speech at our national convention where he unfurled a large "No Wannabe Dictators" sign, and security tackled him to the ground and removed him. Anyway, I'll let Star Child further speak to his experience.
All right.
Thank you so much, Alvins. As those who know me know, I'm, I have a reputation for being a little bit weird, flamboyant, etc. But I am passionate about freedom, and that is why I'm here. Being an activist in the libertarian movement is one of my 2 life's callings that I've found. And I'm in this for long haul. I would be honored to represent you and help try to keep this party sustainably libertarian. That's what I'm all about. A lot of you have, heard me advocating more for issues that are left-friendly because I believe that we need that balance. We've seen both the Occupy and Tea Party movements be co-opted and pigeonholed on the left and right, and as a result, they're basically not around today. I think our unique ability is our ability to reach out to both sides of the conventional political spectrum, which is not the real paradigm. We know the real paradigm that's important is libertarianism versus authoritarianism. And I'm always posting, on social media and telling people about the Nolan chart and stressing that we're not, left-wing or right-wing. We are pro-freedom. And I am also in our organization a huge advocate for rights of individual members, transparency, participation. I think we're all part of the team. I hate going to meetings, of organizations where it's like the leadership is here and they're allowed to talk and nobody else is allowed to talk. You have to sit in the back of the room or this kind of thing. if I'm elected at large, I will be a voice to make sure that if you come to one of our meetings or you want to participate on Zoom or be involved in a committee or anything else, that you'll have as much ability to do that as I can manage to to win for you and get people to accept. Sometimes it's a little bit harder than it should be, in my opinion. It seems like no-brainers for libertarians. It's like one of my mantras, or the way I approach this, is that the way we want government to operate, we should practice that in our own organization. Because that gives us the credibility when we talk to voters to say, yes, you can trust, that if you elect libertarians, it is going to be something truly different. And you can see that by looking at our own organization and seeing that we already practice what we preach. We hold our leaders accountable. We practice transparency. We support the rights of the individual. We're a bottom-up member-run organization. We're not going to become a clique of top-down professionals or office holders like the Democrats and Republicans. So that's what I represent. If you want that on your executive committee, I'd be honored to represent you and have your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, June Jennis, batting cleanup on the list here.
I first became acquainted with the libertarian movement in just after our first presidential run, where John Hospice and Tony Nathan ran. I met Mark Hinkle at my very first state convention in 1974. And before that, I was active with the Stanford Libertarians. I worked at Stanford. I wasn't a student there. And it was a delight to run into Chuck Olson, one of the old Stanford Libertarians, here tonight. Most of you probably don't have enough gray hair to remember my days of activism, which was, well, I think last century, let's put it that way. I've run for school board, I've run for state assembly, I ran for Congress, and in 1994, I ran for the United States Senate. For one of those campaigns, and I don't remember which, I won the Sam Adams Award for Communications. My belief is that if you join the executive committee, you are joining to work, and that's what I plan to do. You've probably heard me talking about ranked choice voting enough, but I believe it's essential that we get ranked choice voting if we want to start electing people in serious numbers. Top 2 is killing us. And if you live in the city of Los Angeles, the city of Sacramento, or the city of Los Angeles, talk to me, because there are active efforts going on right there. But most of what I do these days beyond the execcom is I read a lot of stuff online and I respond to it. When people put out bad things about libertarians or misstate our positions or just misstate anything, I jump in there and respond. That's what I'm best at. And I hope to continue all of those things if I continue to serve on the executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I believe, can I get a couple of volunteers to help pass out and collect ballot cards? I know there are some folks who are especially keen on helping with that sort of thing from time to time. And so if I get a couple of volunteers to help, in theory, somebody who's not nominated for the office. So, well, the first thing that I need these volunteers to do is take these cards here the secretary has and go ahead and distribute them to the room. And then as voting concludes, we'll ask these volunteers to please make sure that you are being handed a card by someone who has a badge on that says Sunday and has a white ribbon. We'll go over that again in a minute. And then we will we'll give those to the secretary and we'll let her count. So, what? Well, okay. Would you like to come count votes for us? Okay, we'll do that when the time comes. All right. As the time comes, we'll trust you to run the counts. Thank you very much. All right, so let's talk about what you're doing with this card. Let's review the rules of the road here for the at-large election. Each of you, each delegate, and if you're a delegate, that means you're wearing a badge right now that says Sunday on it and has a white ribbon with a little gold bar hanging off the bottom. Each delegate may vote for up to 8 candidates. You can write up to 8 names on your card, anywhere between 1 and 8. You decide. You need not vote for 8. You could vote for 2. You could vote for 7. You could vote for none of them. You could vote for 8. Speaking of none of them, if you put NOTA on your card, that's your whole vote. Don't write 3 names and then NOTA. NOTA is the only one that counts if you do that. If you vote NOTA, that literally means none of the above. So, you may not vote more than once per candidate. Do not write one name down 8 times. One name is one vote, and that's that. When we count these, they will be ranked, and the top 8 vote getters who also clear a majority, that means at this stage at least 36 votes, will be the new at-large positions. Although, we have another credential report coming in here.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kinnear from Orange County, California. I am the Credential Committee Chair, and we now have 72 credentialed delegates.
All right, that would mean that our majority is 37.
I think it's a majority of the. Let's see.
What do we got there?
So I'm looking at each delegate should get not more than 1 vote. All delegates are each of votes. I'm looking at where it says that.
We'll get to read this right.
But all delegates should declare that. This is probably not there.
Once again, each delegate may vote for up to 8 candidates, anywhere between 1 and 8 candidates as you see fit. You may not vote more than once per candidate, and if at any point on your card you write the letters NOTA, that will be your whole vote. I think the collecting has not begun yet. But when the time comes, I will greenlight the tellers. We're like a minute away, I think. So, everybody be aware. Each delegate may vote for up to 8 candidates, anywhere between 1 and 8, but you may not vote more than once per candidate. If you vote for NOTA, NOTA is your whole vote. What? What if you what? I think there are no joke write-ins here. Those will not be counted because those were not nominated. We cannot elect Bill the Cat to the executive committee. Right.
4411.
Oh, all right. What?
4411. Plurality that is not a majority never chooses a proposition or elects anyone to office except by a special rule previously adopted. It is to apply to officers. To the election of officers, it must be prescribed in the bylaws. 4411.
By majority, meaning a majority of delegates approved, not the majority of votes cast.
No, by majority means a majority of the votes cast, and they have to be in the top 8.
Okay. So definition, you are in the top 8.
You may not be. No, you may not. It's possible.
I'm not sure how to do that.
Yeah, in fact, it's more common when you get into different candidates. It's entirely possible you can even have, if I did the math on it, it's entirely possible that you can even have 2 candidates running for one position, or for 2 positions unopposed, and one of them not get a majority.
I think broadly speaking, it would just be common practice that we're just ranking the top 8.
It would require to be a majority unless you actually have a special rule that would say it's just the top 8, and I don't see a top 8 rule.
I think so, but help us out with the question. We have a concern that legislation actually requires a majority.
So it would, yeah, but you'd have to have both. You'd have to be in the top 8 and have a majority.
How do we establish a majority of ballots?
We ask how many ballots.
The number of actual votes, okay, so the number of cards that reach that majority number. Got it. I'm glad we brought you on board. Thank you for volunteering. Okay, I got you. Okay. All right. Vote tellers, will you please begin collecting the votes? As you hand your vote to a collector person, please also hold up your badge and verify that yours says Sunday on it and you have a white ribbon hanging off the bottom. That allows your vote to be collected and counted and valid.
I'm going to go.
So you might need a second ballot on this stuff.
Maybe.
The ones in the top 8 and in the majority, yes. They are elected.
Yeah, we know
Okay,
each
yes,
other.
Yes, unless somebody drops out, and nominations can be reopened if the majority wants them.
Okay.
Excuse me, yeah, if the majority wants them. Somebody should move to reopen unless it looks like they're going to get deadlocked, something like that. Or you could note that it would be possible to reopen the nominations.
Actually, you do.
I don't get a vote. He gets a vote.
I do, but I only vote to break ties.
No, you can vote on a ballot.
I can, but I won't. I will vote to break a tie and that's it.
Okay.
Oh, let's please bring your votes over here. Let's have Alicia be our official counter, who I know that we all love and trust. So let's go ahead and turn those in right here, and then we'll get this count underway. Thank you.
A lot of stuff falls on you. And you're the database administrator?
Mickey Mouse is eligible and is out of copyright. I mean,
Public domain.
I won't say he's eligible, but he would be a legitimate.
It's like the
we have to
opt-out is
count
yes,
as
no, but it's
as a
reversed.
ballot.
It's like, well, I don't want to send stuff to
Which
people
I'm
who
not
opted
thrilled
out.
about, but
Hey, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Karens get mad easy.
yeah.
IP is taxation is stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm not worried about public domain. I don't like the idea that we have to say, okay, yeah, that's a legitimate ballot and he screws up the majority.
Oh, well, you want to be a saboteur?
I'm not thrilled about that. No, Robert does. Other books? other manuals say, no, don't do that, that's stupid.
I mean, as a matter of personal organization, you should not do that. You're in the Libertarian Party, you're free to be a dirtbag.
Yeah.
How was your night, Pat?
I went home early.
Oh,
So, I missed the dinner I paid for.
you have to sleep in your own bed.
I always like that.
That's nice.
Let's see what the next convention is. It's like, because this one's kind of like no big deal. This is kind of a smaller convention.
This is a much smaller convention. This is radically small. I haven't been to one out there. It's the smallest one I've had.
Well, it worked. I know it was hard to put together. I'm finding a spot was hard.
Yeah.
But this is convenient for me. Except you can't keep on Highway 8 from right here, even though it's right there.
I actually saw the CD.
It is a weird thing to drop in. You gotta look right.
And the maps aren't correct in my car.
Oh.
So, but luckily, I said, well, it must be right here. There's a top city in the driveway.
Right. He's waiting for you to screw it up because it's such a weird intersection.
Where is the stop sign? Right here, stop.
Well, we can do that right now. Quick housekeeping tip. If you are checking out of the hotel today, you need to do that by 11. As we are counting votes and kind of in a moment here, if you feel like you want to sneak over to the front desk and get yourself checked out and resolved, this is a reasonable time to do that. So please move quickly and do that.
It might be reasonable to assess this.
When they're done counting, but it's probably going to be a couple of minutes yet, 5 minutes. If you need to check out. Oh, all right, yeah, run check out. Get yourself dealt with.
You really got them in that pile on. The one dealing with the, really, having have done this before,
after, yes.
along with square dancers is seen as countryish. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, you know, community. Back when I was growing up, you couldn't have well, you know, there's a standard to uphold. No, I think I've seen them on social media. Because the community is, you know, family search essays, so they're all gonna be selling cars. I can't remember selling tires. Well, let me know what happens. You know, do I get another tab? It's gonna be out of town. Should I sneak over? They decided we close. They're closed Mondays anyway. Monday's a holiday.
A reminder, while the count is going on, nominations from the floor for national delegate are open. So if you have a nomination to make for someone for national delegate, you are free to come to a microphone and do that. Those nominations can be entertained from the floor.
Mimi Robson, Los Angeles County. I nominate James Schumacher as a national delegate, and he can show the secretary his LNC
Do you
renewal.
accept your nomination? I got a thumb up from the back. Okay, let's add James Schumacher to the list. Please come on up here and make sure that we can verify you. Once again, nominations are, oh, over here.
Yes, first, before the nomination, I have a point of something. Star Child brought this up yesterday. When are we going to see the ultimate final list? Do we have an idea?
The ultimate bylaw list?
No, the list of those nominated to be delegates to the National Convention.
Well, we're working on validating people and nominating people. The list should be in its final form after lunch and get distributed to everybody.
Okay, is my name on there?
Good question. Come on up here and ask the secretary. Let's make sure.
But I think that's why we.
And once again, nominations from the floor are open.
Are you on there, Wes? Yeah, I looked because you're under O. So when you look at it alphabetically. I have another nomination.
Okay.
Rachel Nix.
Rachel Nix. Rachel Nix is here. You accept your nomination? All right. Please come on up here and make sure that we can validate you properly so that we avoid a fracas at national. The word of the day is fracas. For reference, nominations will remain open really throughout all of these vote count downtimes. So as you see fit, don't be afraid to come to the mic and call for attention.
Credentialing committee report. We are currently at 73 delegates.
Don't forget to close nominations on, you haven't done this, you've left them open while people are doing it with the voting. Yes. Well, a rule that says everybody who was nominated and is eligible is an eligible. If you say everybody in the room, I'm suddenly a delegate from California, that's not gonna work. Not that I don't want it to be a delegate. Yeah.
We have a credentialing committee update. We are now at 74 delegates.
Here's the town list. They passed it over to me. We're gonna have to do voting on those positions. You don't have 8 people with majority. Who are these? Okay. Okay. What's actually it's yeah, it's now 37. Because we got more people coming in. Okay. Okay.
All right, folks, the votes are in. The votes are in. They have been handed to me in a hermetically sealed briefcase. And then I have opened them and read them. All right, so the winners of the at-large seats are as follows. Dave Schrader with 62 votes. Wouldn't be a Libertarian room without it. Mimi Robson with 55 votes. Mark Hinkle with 47 votes. Wesley Martin with 47 votes. Paul Vallandigham with 46 votes. Francisco Alanis with 45 votes. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, we're getting them in there. Okay. I apologize. Paul Vallandigham had 46 votes. Francisco Alanis with 45 votes. June Jennis with 42 votes. And Richard Stafford with 41 votes. So, the others include Starchild at 34 votes. And then we had TJ Ferreira with 2. Avans O'Brien with 1. Lars Mapstead with 1. Wendy Hewitt with 1. Our anti-bylaws crusader. Ron Paul with 1, though ineligible. Hunter Biden with 1, though ineligible. Harambe with 1, but ineligible. And Grover Cleveland with 1, though ineligible by virtue of being with Harambe, wherever they are. So, there were 67 ballots cast, which gave us a majority cutoff of 34 votes. So, thank you very much to those who were counting. I will be calling on you again. So, let's pass this down, Secretary. I'm sorry? We had no NOTA votes. So, clearly none of you are a real libertarian. So, all right, so that brings us to the at-large executive committee alternates. Now, these nominate and ballot identically to the at-larges, except that they are only elected for 1-year terms, where the regular at-larges are elected for 2-year terms. So, we will open nominations at this time for at-large executive committee alternate. I have a microphone here.
Hi, Kara from San Diego. I'd like to nominate Nick Apostopoulos. I hope I said it correctly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, he's not here, but he does accept.
Okay. All right. Any more nominations for at-large executive committee alternate?
Kat McElroy Fresno, I'd like to nominate Jesse Thomas.
Jesse, Jesse? All right, any further nominations for alternates?
Yes.
Oh, let's go over here real quick.
I'll defer to the former national chair.
We defer to the former national chair. Former national chair.
Mary Jingle, former national chair. Mary Jingle, Santa Clara County, I nominate Star Child.
Okay, and over here?
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County, great minds think alike.
Okay, all right. Does great minds think alike except for the nomination? No. All right, further nominations? Further nominations? Is he headed for a microphone? No. Okay. All right, well, that appears to be all the nominations that are coming forward. So we'll go ahead and declare nominations closed at this time. So if I can have my vote passer outer people come on up here and grab some more cards and distribute those to the room. As before, there are 3 nominees plus NOTA. The secretary is getting those up on the screen right now. You may vote for up to 2. There are 2 open slots. So you may vote for up to 2 names, but you may not vote for one person twice. And if either one of those names is NOTA, NOTA is your whole vote, and we'll cancel anything else that's on the card. So we'll get those distributed out to everyone. Thank you. You're absolutely right. My goodness. Yes, we need to have some speeches. So let's have some speeches as the cards are being distributed out. So we have Nick Apostolopoulos, I believe is how we say his name, though I purposefully misspell it every time because I think that's funny because I'm a libertarian. So, Kara.
Hi, I'm Kara. I'm speaking on behalf of Nick. He's a fellow San Diegan, and he's always been a pleasure to work with in the party. He's been at large previously, I believe, on the state level, and he's a business owner in San Diego. He's been kind enough to host many of our socials at his brewery restaurant. Also, 2 years ago, I locked my keys in my car at convention, and he left all the festivities and helped me get in. So I really appreciated that, and I will always have a soft spot in my heart for him for that reason. So please consider Nick. He's a great guy, great businessman, and would be a great fill-in when needed on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we have a nomination for Jesse Thomas. Where is Jesse Thomas?
Hello.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. I've been in the Libertarian Party off and on for many, many, many years, and I just want to say that last night I looked up the definition of at-large. That means I'm on the loose. So anywhere I go, everywhere I go, talk the Libertarian stuff on the radio, at work, in the jacuzzi, while sailing, anywhere and everywhere. So that's my 1-2 punch there for a contribution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and Star Child. There you are.
Well, I'm just enough of a masochist that even though I didn't make the cut on the first round, I'm going to toss my name in again. Terry Floyd kind of guilt-tripped me into running when I didn't last year because he was feeling burdened with all the emails and the work he's been doing, and thank you for that and to everyone who's been serving. I wanted to mention a couple things I forgot in my first speech a few minutes ago. Just a little bit about what I've done as an activist. I've run for office 6 times, twice each for state assembly, school board, and board of supervisors, which is like city council in San Francisco. We're a city and a county. I've never come close to winning and didn't expect to, but I did win the youth vote when they did a mock ballot in the high schools in San Francisco. Both times that I ran for school board, I came in first of all the candidates, and I did get about 20,000 votes citywide. And I've authored probably a couple dozen at least ballot arguments over the years in San Francisco, usually against taxes and bond measures, sadly, because those are things that they always love to put on our ballots. And I always go out and speak every time I get an opportunity. If anybody knows any schools, teachers that are willing to have somebody come in and talk to their classrooms, that's my favorite thing to do, is be able to talk to students. You know, because we really need to reach the young people and get them involved in the party and the movement. So that will be another focus if I get onto the at-large position or alternate position. And yeah, I want to see this party grow and prosper and thrive. So thank you for your vote.
Thank you. All right, so again, voting then can begin. Feel free. I'm sure some of you already have because you're libertarians. What?
Do we have a third one?
Oh, we had 3? Yes, we had 3. Oh, would anyone like to speak to NODA?
No, didn't you have
The
something?
nature of the room. No, we had 3, and they had 3 speeches. We're good. Uh-oh.
Nobody is perfect, so there's that.
Fair enough. Words of wisdom from the floor. All right, so once again, each delegate may vote for 2 candidates. You can put 2 names on that card, but you may not vote more than once per candidate. Don't put the same name down twice. And if you put NODA on the card, NODA is your whole vote. So let's go ahead and do that vote. We'll give it just a couple of minutes. It's just 2 names. And then we'll have the collectors come collect them. All right, if the collectors would go ahead and start collecting, once again, as you hand your ballot over, please make sure that you show the collector your badge, and it needs to say Sunday on it and have a white ribbon at the bottom. Thank you. Last call for ballots. Last call for ballots. The collectors are collecting ballots. If you have not cast a ballot yet, hold it up high in the air and wave it like you just don't care. And the collectors will come and get it. Looks like we're good. Okay. All right. While the counting is underway, another reminder that nominations for national delegate from the floor are still open. They are just broadly open to lunchtime. So now's the time. If you can think of somebody, get somebody to confirm, et cetera, et cetera. And so I totally understand.
Yeah.
All right, I want you.
Yeah, and then then what I'll do is I'll send you an email saying this is problems.
Sure.
I'm trying to avoid this, really trying to avoid any thing at the convention where there's a challenge. And that would be nice, yes. She has 3 new votes, and she hasn't checked yet. Secretary hasn't checked yet. And there are more. I think it's just like 7 or 6 I bet that's the first time we've actually had a parliamentarian look at you and say, well, here's somebody you can use as a replacement.
I appreciate your respect for the free market.
Yeah. I mean, I do understand that there. I'm sure you're paying more to get me here. I'm charging. I'm sure you pay more to get me here than I'm charging.
Solely as a time noted is presently 10:33. If you need to check out of the hotel by 11, this is a great time to go run and do that while we're just waiting on the ballots to come back. If you haven't done that yet, thank you.
I would suggest that somebody go ahead and say if they wish to. It'll take a standing second, I think.
All right, the results are in. As we all wait with bated breath for these results, but not breath that smells like bait. That would be gross. So, the results are, we're going to put it, okay. Nick Apostolopoulos has 42 votes. Oh, there are 63 votes cast. That means the majority of votes is 32. So, Nick Apostolopoulos has 42 votes. He is elected. Jesse Thomas has 28 votes, which is not a majority, and Starchild has 25 votes, which is not a majority. Noda has 4 votes. We also have 1 vote for Friedrich Hayek, who is unfortunately ineligible by virtue of hanging out with Grover Cleveland and Harambe. Lars Mapstead with 1 vote, because some folks are super persistent. And TJ Ferreira, who everybody has always loved, has 2 votes as a write-in. So this means that we have to do a second round of balloting. As we get into the second round of balloting, the chair will entertain a motion to reopen nominations, if anyone has an additional nomination as we enter the second round of balloting. All right, hearing no such motion, we will go ahead and redo the balloting. If the voter collector folks would please come up and we'll redistribute cards. All right, so as these cards come out, keep in mind there is 1 seat available here, so please write 1 name on the card, either Jesse Thomas or Starchild, or of course Noda, or a write-in. We've got Hayek up here. We're hunting for Rothbard or Mises in this next round. Once again, write 1 name on the card. 1 name only. There is 1 seat to fill, so write 1 name on the card, either Jesse Thomas or Starchild, or the usual. Oh, that's because I wasn't quite sure what that was. Okay. All right, my bad. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Got it. All right, if the vote collectors, please start collecting votes. Start circulating around once again. Once you have your name written on your card, please hold it up for the vote collectors. Vote collectors, please make sure that the people you are collecting votes from have a badge that says Sunday on it with a white ribbon hanging off the bottom. Point of order. We have a point of order over here.
The reported numbers on the first ballot have just changed.
They did, because I misread them on the card. So
So
then when I gave them to the secretary, then they're now correct.
So you announced one of the candidates who's in this ballot that we are currently that people are already collecting their cards from, had his number misreported. I think this is improper and we should restart this ballot, because that person was shown as coming in 3rd. He actually came in 2nd. That was told to the entire body before they started voting. I think you need to restart the vote.
Fair enough. Vote collector, okay, well. Is this something to vote? Do I just decide?
It was a point of order.
All right. How many ballots are currently in the hands of collectors? Would anyone like to change their vote based on this information? Would you like a fresh card? Of the 2 people.
I'm one of the 2 people, I don't want a new card. I'm good.
You're good.
I'm good, I don't need a new card.
All right. I did. I misstated the number. I apologize for that, but ballots.
Treat it as a point of order, submit it to the assembly. And say, do you want to have
Simple majority?
Simple majority.
All right. If let's dispose of this directly with a simple majority vote. Those of you who want this round of balloting to completely restart, which is fine, totally legit, please rise. All right. It looks like there is no one who wants to do that. Those opposed to restarting this round of balloting based on the information that's come in. All right. Clearly, the room seems good with where we're at. So.
It's a point of order that was technically an appeal.
Okay. All right, so once again, the collectors are collecting. Make sure you've written one name on your ballot. If you still have your ballot yet to be collected, please hold it up so the collectors can get it. Alrighty, any ballots remaining? Any ballots remaining? The collectors are moving towards the counting table. Any ballots remaining? All right. Once again, as a reminder, floor nominations are open for the national delegation. If you have a delegate that you would like to nominate. It is 10:45. If you need to check out from the hotel, this is a great time to do that. Okay. In fact, well, does anyone still need to check out of their hotel? By show of hands. Has everybody taken care of that? All right. Okay. Would there be an objection to just taking a 5-minute recess so people can run to the restroom, that sort of thing? All right, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. Let's be back in our seats at 10:50, please. They're out there counting right now. Yeah, they're out there counting out the door on the right.
I now know why my vote count was different from yours. Those columns and a couple of tall people over there, I couldn't see them. Showed down to a case where you had two candidates running for two positions, unopposed, no write-ins. One of them was elected on the first ballot, one wasn't.
Okay, results are in. The results of the voting have arrived. I will endeavor to read these numbers accurately. All right, we had 64 ballots, generating a majority count of 33. That 33 vote threshold was met by Star Child, who got 33 votes. Jesse Thomas stood at 26. We had 2 for Noda and 2 for Nick Apostolopoulos, who apparently some people really, really like. So that is that. That brings us to our Judicial Committee vote. I need to ask a broad question to the floor. There are 5 positions and 2 alternates. Is it our practice to vote those all at once, or do we run this as 2 separate votes? We've done all 7? All right, let's go ahead and do that today too then. So, we're talking about the Judicial Committee here. On the Judicial Committee, there are 5 Judicial Committee positions, and there are 2 alternate positions. We will go ahead and ballot all 7. So, this election will otherwise run in the way that they have been running here. So we will open nominations at this time for Judicial Committee members. Do we have nominations from the floor?
Yes, I nominate Kat McElroy.
Thank you. Does Kat McElroy, do you accept your nomination, Kat? You do. Nominations from the floor.
Evans O'Brien nominating Rachel Nix.
Rachel Nix. Rachel Nix accept the nomination? Okay. Here.
I'll nominate Sean Osborne.
Sean Osborne. Sean Osborne, do you accept your nomination? Yep. Thank you. Nominations from the floor.
Rachel Nix, Los Angeles County. I nominate Evans O'Brien.
Evans O'Brien. Does Evans O'Brien accept the nomination? Excellent. Nominations from the floor. There's only 4. We got 7 seats to fill. That would be interesting. No further nominations from the floor. This will be a fascinating Judicial Committee. Really? They can fill their own vacancies afterwards. I suppose that's true. Okay. Well, we have 4 nominees and 7 seats to fill.
I have a motion.
What is your motion?
I move to suspend the rules, to not do a balloted vote, but instead do a vote for all 4 nominees as a slate versus NODA, because we still have to have NODA. So it would be a voice vote.
A voice vote for that. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is a motion to suspend the rules. We're going to want a standing second for this? Oh,
Yes.
we're calling on.
Yeah, I need a standing second and a 3/4 and a 2/3 vote for the suspension of the rules.
All right, so do we have a standing second for the suspension of the rules? Yes, it appears that we do. So let's quickly then vote on the suspension of the rules. Yes, is that what we're doing next? Okay, so all those in favor of this suspension of the rules, please rise. Thank you, be seated. All those opposed to the suspension of the rules, please rise. That looks pretty good. So now we're going to vote to actually do the thing.
Yeah.
All
well,
right.
So the motion is that that was the suspension of the rules. We had to do it in 2 parts because we can't do it in 1 part anymore, because we can't. So, just saying. I move to elect all 4, or to vote all 4 as a slate versus NODA
Very well. Do I need a second?
by
for this
voice
again?
vote.
We need another standing second for that. Do we have a standing second for that? Clearly we do. Okay. So I believe this is not a debatable deal, right?
It's debatable.
It's debatable? Now we're debatable. Okay. Does anyone want to speak to this motion? Does anyone want to speak to this motion? We have someone who wants to speak to this motion. Either way, you appear to be the only one, so you get to make your call.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. I think that some people in the room would strongly prefer to make individual choices about these folks. So I would urge to please vote no on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
I'm against.
You're against too. Okay. All right. Any further discussion of this? Okay.
I'm against, now that I've heard that some people would only want to pick some people, I would like to vote no on this because I want to give them that opportunity. I don't force them to vote for 4 if they only like 3.
Okay.
I'm also speaking against the motion now.
Which is a violation of the rules.
That,
She can withdraw the motion.
well, that is, can she withdraw? It's been seconded?
She can withdraw.
Can you?
I'm not speaking to my motion. I'm just saying you might want to think about it.
Would you? Okay.
I have a question,
Okay.
and I want to be different.
Oh, sorry. We have another comment over here before we do a question. What are we doing?
It would be really nice if each of the four nominees said 2 minutes or something, so we know exactly where they're coming from, and then do the vote, whether to do them as a slate.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. A question here?
My question is, if NODA were to win in the slate vote, can these people still go forward on a balloted vote afterwards, or are they all eliminated?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I can do this.
What can you do?
If the body approves it, I can withdraw the motion.
Is there any objection to the withdrawal of the motion? Okay, all right, well, let's just go ahead and proceed with balloting then. All right, so let's also then go to candidate statements. So Kat McElroy, you are first on the list, so if you would like to speak to your candidacy, please step to the microphone. Oh, would you like to speak? Okay, yes, we can do that. You can speak. What
No,
is
it's 4 minutes collectively.
4 minutes collectively? Is that where we're at? Okay. Yeah, altogether.
I'll be brief. Kat has been active in the Libertarian Party and libertarian causes for over a quarter of a century. She's been an active member of the Libertarian Party of California for the last 5 years. Kat is very easy to work with. She's very responsive. She's very reliable. She's diligent. I think it's safe to say that anything that Kat does, she does well, and she does with a moral sense, which I think is something very valuable. So I strongly recommend a vote for Kat.
Thank you. Kat.
Can I have like a 30-second warning on my speech?
Okay.
Hi, so I'm Kat McElroy. I am Vice Chair of Fresno County, and for the past 5 years since we rebuilt the affiliate in Fresno from a handful of members, I have been either Vice Chair or Chair. During that time, we've done a lot of activism, from working with local candidates, helped run Tom Nichols' campaign for Assembly, where he got 25% of the vote against Jim Patterson. We filed for ballot measures. I just filed a ballot measure argument, or not the measures, the arguments. I've just filed an argument against a Kingsburg sales tax with no sunset clause. We've been growing the affiliate for the last 5 years, and one of the things I did was initiate a county voter guide. So that's just my Libertarian Party activism in Fresno. I've also been on the Budget Committee, the Credentials Committee for a few terms each. And what I hold dear is I strive to be honest and kind in my personal and professional actions, and I will be looking for the benefit of the party with integrity in this position. That's really what I'm going for. My professional background is I have a PhD in biochemistry, and that gives me some training in critical thought, and I have an analytical mind. I weigh data and arguments, and that's what I'll do on the JC. So I hope that you'll vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Rachel Nix is next on my list. The nominator can speak, and the nominee can speak 4 minutes collectively, please.
So I've nominated Rachel Nix to the Judicial Committee. She's a fellow second-generation libertarian like myself. Rachel is on the LA County Judicial Committee with me, so I've loved working with her. I'm hoping we get to work together again in this context. She was elected vice chair of our state party in 21. She served on our bylaws committee multiple times. She's our platform rep nationally, and she definitely knows Robert's rules even better than I do. She also works in law, and anyway, we're running together. You can just holding that up. Would you like to speak to your? Yeah.
Rachel, please.
Hi, I won't add that much more than what she said. As a member of the Judicial Committee, I would rather listen to you than preach to you. So, and as you can tell by nobody laughing at the joke, I'm taken very seriously by the Libertarian Party. As Avin stated, I am a paralegal. I've been a paralegal for several years. I have been chair of our bylaws committee for 2 terms. I have written many of the bylaws, so I believe that I understand how they work. I apologize, I was not at the bylaws debates yesterday, but I've been at all the others over the last 2 years. And I've been representing our party in various positions since 2018, so I think many of you know me, but if you don't, I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Osborne, you are next on the list. Who nominated Sean? I don't have it written down. Dave Schrader. Would you like to speak to the nomination? All right. Well, Sean, take it away.
My name's Sean Osborne. I'm a region representative in Los Angeles, longtime libertarian. I'm also a musician. I like to play music about liberty. I want it to be fun for everybody. I also host the podcast, the Liberty Blues Network. I want to be on the Judicial Committee because I like working with people. I get along with everybody for the most part. And I like to see the Judicial Committee be something where it's not necessarily about the letter of the law. I want the spirit of it so that we can represent all libertarians and everybody can, as individuals, can work and do their own thing without, being condemned or this and that. I want everybody to have their opportunity to talk about being free.
Thank you very much. Alvin O'Brien was nominated by Rachel Nix.
Hi, I nominate Avens O'Brien for the California Judicial Committee. As most of you know her, she has worked closely with our state executive committees for as long as I've been in the party, and pretty much as long as she's been in the party, which has been over 25 years at this point. She has worked on every presidential campaign since 2004. She, as she mentioned, has been on the Los Angeles County Judicial Committee with me. And I, just from a personal note, I gotta say that there is nobody that I know other than maybe Aaron Starr who is better, and probably Mimi also, who is better versed in libertarian philosophy. Avens and I go to Disneyland together, and we will be waiting in line, and she will just start talking about Murray Rothbard and various feuds that he has had with other libertarians over the years. I don't think anybody knows more. As she mentioned, we are both also second-generation libertarians. I don't think anyone understands, or few people understand libertarian philosophy as well as she does, and I think she would be a wonderful addition to this committee.
Thank you. Alvin O'Brien.
Well, I could just leave that there. I will say the two other things is that I'm currently serving on the Judicial Committee, so I've been on the committee for the last 4 years. 2 years. The thing that I would add to that also is that I am a stickler for the letter of the law. And so when in this last round being in the Judicial Committee, there have been times in which Mimi and I had gone through some of the wordings of the bylaws and been like, this is actually kind of unclear. And even as Judicial Committee members, we were bothered by the way things were phrased because it made it really hard to make a determination. And so one of the things is, like, last year, you may have seen that Mimi and I made a lot of proposals of bylaws changes, and part of the reason we did that was because we wanted to clarify so that there would be no confusion when any member of the Judicial Committee, ourselves or anyone else, could make a determination of what the bylaws actually said. So I am actually one of those sticklers, and in the last term of the Judicial Committee, there was even a case in which I had personal feelings of I really wanted to be able to rule a particular way because of just like my preference, but I looked at the letter of the law and was like, I can't. And that's really, for me, like, that's something that I know that I can be impartial because I know that I looked at that and went, I don't want to vote this way, but I have to because I'm looking at the letter of the law and this is exactly the case, and I won't fuck around with that. So anyway, that's me. Thank you. I would love your vote.
All right, thank you. All right, so the 4 candidates are there. Would anyone like to speak to NODA? No, okay. All right, that being the case then, if the vote collector folks would come up and grab some cards, we'll go ahead and distribute that. You can vote for up to 7 names, though there are only 4. You remember that you cannot duplicate a name, and if you put NODA on your card, NODA is your vote. Right, just like the previous elections, to be elected, you will have to have both the most votes and a majority of the votes cast. So we'll be watching for that. Once again, you can actually write up to 7 names on the card. There are 7 seats available here. though there are only 4 actual declared nominees. But to be elected to the post, you'll have to score a number of votes in the top 7 and have a majority of the votes cast in order to be elected to the position. Keep in mind, you cannot repeat a name. Just one name, one time. And if you vote for Noda, Noda is your whole vote. Oh, so after the whole day.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. There is a challenge to something, destroy the balance, destroy the balance. Trying to avoid that. I spend most of my life trying to avoid things.
As you complete your ballot, please hold it up so the collectors can come collect it. Once again, nominations from the floor are still open for national delegate spots.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. I just heard from one of our outgoing at-large reps, Brian Holtz, that he is willing to serve on the Judicial Committee.
You would have to take another ballot.
We
I would
have
like to nominate him, so what do you think?
We are in the middle of balloting. I don't think that we can do that, though it is worth noting that the Judicial Committee can appoint vacancies. So the Judicial Committee itself could take that up.
Very well, thank you.
When the election is complete. Thank you.
Question.
Yes.
Has the list of the national candidates for national delegation, has that been compiled to a point where we can put it on the screen?
That's a good question. Has it been?
Okay.
There are still some folks we are trying to verify, but we can get it up here, I think.
I just want to know, am I on that list or not?
If you wanted to know if you were okay?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, I'm on.
Yeah, and if you do have a question, feel free to visit the secretary up here, and she can look you up on the list as well. Yes.
Point of personal privilege, John Dew, Los Angeles County Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Lauren Dean. You're doing an amazing job, and I really appreciate it. And it's so much better than last time, in my opinion.
Thank you.
But I just want to say thank you for everything. I really appreciate all your hard work, not just today, but always.
Love you, man.
I know.
Too late.
would be another alternative. Well, yeah, but that still would be enough to invalidate all the entire election of things if somebody decides at the national level to try to do so. Somebody could. I would honestly suggest that you amend the rule, which you can amend the rule, which is easy and you can get taken care of. I think you have the amendment, that's going to solve the problem. It's a motion to amend. Yeah. So it'll need the seven member vote. We're going to be doing it permanently. It's going to be, yes. Yes. But to bring it up at this time, you have to suspend the rule. Yeah. It has to be, I'm not even sure. You do, I'm looking at them. It requires a 2/3 vote. And a straight 2/3 vote, not 2/3 of the delegates. Straight 2/3. Let me talk to Karen as well. Before you do it, try to get everybody on board with this thing so you don't have any objections to it. Tell her to come over and clear up with me.
I just misread it If we don't have enough in the future, this rule will apply, but if you have 100, yeah, shall we? It doesn't make any difference how many speaks. I was going to say, this rule may be waived to require Okay.
disrobing in office. No, I'm not going to be doing the dance or anything. So, yes. No, you were not at the national convention. Somebody's yeah. Okay. I was actually watching, and they did not broadcast it, unfortunately, on C-SPAN, but I was watching most of that convention on C-SPAN because I'm from it, especially the first convention, and I was kind of spotting it. But I actually did a simulation It only goes one way. You cannot suspend the rules. The ballot is required. You can't suspend the rules. The ballot is required. So yeah, that'll work. One of the tiny little. No. I hope not.
Once again, nominations are open from the floor for national delegate slots, for those of you who haven't heard it already.
I have an update from the credentialing committee. We now have 75 delegates.
All right, results are in. Please take your seats. Delegates, please take your seats. The results are in for the hotly contested Judicial Committee election. All right. There were a total of 67 ballots cast, which makes the majority threshold 34. And the votes turn out as follows. Ovens O'Brien at 59 votes. Rachel Nix at 57 votes. Kat McElroy at 53 votes. And Sean Osborne at 53 votes. We have a variety of write-in candidates. The tellers and the vote counters were kind enough to vote them into eligible write-ins and believed ineligible write-ins. So we'll go ahead and just move through this here. Jesse Thomas received 6 votes. Lars Mapstead received 2 votes. TJ Ferreira received 2 votes. Noda received 1 vote. Aaron Starr received 1 vote. Alicia Purcell received 1 vote. Jim Gray received 1 vote. Wendy Hewitt received 1 vote. Angela McCardle received 1 vote.
Ineligible.
Ron Paul received 2 votes. Spike Cohen received a vote. Buddha received a vote. Jesus Christ received a vote in the name of ecumenicism. Harambe received a vote. Milton Friedman received a vote. Ron Burgundy received a vote. Godzilla received a vote. And in keeping with the famous quote from William F. Buckley, the woman at the hotel front desk received a vote. So, that's how that shook out.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. What, we cannot confirm that she's a member of the party.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to consider an amendment to the convention rules.
Okay.
And the amendment is going to be, briefly, because I'll make the motion for that after the suspension goes through, is going to be, because in our rules, it says it has to be a balloted vote. We wouldn't be able to just make a motion to suspend the rules to vote differently and do it by acclamation. But being the fact that we have far fewer people than seats for the national delegation, and it can happen, we'll keep our normal voting routine, but in these situations, we would be able to do it by a vote of acclamation.
Okay, so we're looking to suspend the rules to speed up our voting today.
Or in the future. This will be,
To amend the convention rules to do
this would
that.
be an amendment to the credential rules from the floor. And just so people understand, credential rules are slightly different than bylaws. So because it's going into effect today, it would need a 2/3 vote. But the suspension of the rules needs a 2/3 vote. But
Okay.
it doesn't need the 3/4 vote that the bylaws would need from the floor.
All right, so we are looking to suspend the rules to take up this question. This requires a standing second. The standing second in this case is 8, based on our totals here so far. Do we have a standing second for this? We're looking for 8 people. We appear to have 8 people. All
Yeah,
right.
talk to
So
Aaron about it, too.
this requires 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. This is not actually the matter. It is the suspension of the rules itself. Those in favor of suspending the rules, please rise. Okay, please be seated. Those opposed to suspending the rules, please rise. All right. Looks like that we will suspend the rules then. So now let's discuss the matter at hand.
Okay, and I've got this in writing to give to the secretary as soon as I finish reading it.
Fantastic.
But it's, or do you already have this, Rebecca? No? Okay. Okay, so my motion is to amend the convention rules, which will keep everything the same as it was, except add this part at the bottom, which is if there are fewer nominees for national delegate positions than there are positions available, the convention shall hold a voice vote versus NOTA, because we have to elect all qualified nominees in mass.
Okay.
And that would require a standing second.
Fair enough. We're looking for a standing second now to this addition to the convention rules. We're looking for 8 people as a standing second. We clearly have that. All right.
Okay.
So
I'm going to speak to the motion very quickly. Could you hand this to Rebecca while I speak to the motion? So in the past, we've done this, and we haven't needed to do this amendment because we could do it as just a suspension of the rules. Because recently, we actually changed it to say balloted vote when we changed it to be secret ballots, because we didn't used to have secret ballots. So when it got, and I remembered that that's how it happened. So it says balloted vote. You can't suspend the rules, even though it's just a rule, if it says you have to do a secret ballot. So therefore, this would change that for the future as well. If we have less people than we have delegate seats. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, because this is really sad, but it happens. So I really urge everybody to do this, because or else we're going to have to do the whole balloting process and everything, which will take a lot of time, and I don't see a reason to have to do that. So thank you.
all right. Any opposition to this motion? It appears that we do.
I don't think it's a big issue with this particular vote. I don't know of anybody, although I haven't seen the names, but I don't know of anybody that I think wouldn't be qualified or wouldn't be fit to represent us at the national convention. But I think doing it this way sets a bad precedent. And I say this as the person who was, out of 9 candidates, I was the one who you didn't choose for executive committee. So I realize that, going to individual voting, could even put myself at jeopardy. If people don't want me to be a national delegate, which I would like to go to the national convention and serve as delegate. But I think it's important for us as a bottom-up party to have that power to, not approve everybody. If there's reasons that people don't want someone to be a delegate, we shouldn't just do it all by acclamation. That's a step again on the road towards giving up our power as a body to, really control who represents us. So I would encourage people not to do this. I know it take a little more time, but we should go through the motions and do it the right way to preserve the precedent and make sure that we do have the power, in the future going forward, that if there's somebody that we really, the majority doesn't think should be a national delegate, doesn't stand for libertarianism, then we need to preserve the ability to say no. Thank you.
All right, so that's an opposition. We're looking for a support in theory.
Actually, I want to amend it slightly. I don't like that it's shall. I think it needs to be may hold a voice vote, because that way the majority in this room can choose which option they want. So if there is somebody out there who's just particularly objectionable to you and you want to not vote for that person, we're not tying the hands of a future convention to vote in mass just because we just simply don't have enough people who want slots. So I would move to change shall to may.
All right, we have a motion here to change the word shall to may. That will require a standing second. Do we have 8 people to make that change? We clearly do. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and discuss the amendment. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this amendment? Are you looking to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I'll speak. Do you want to speak to it? Okay.
Oh, okay.
This is actually something when Mimi and I were talking about creating this, and we said, well, should it be shall or should it be may? Well, let's see if there's an objection, and then let's substitute may, and Aaron apparently had the same idea, so this seems like a very reasonable thing that addresses the concern that was brought up, which is something we could overcome with a 2/3 vote down the line, but this just makes it a little simpler. So I think this amendment hopefully makes the whole thing easy for everybody to agree to.
Okay, fair enough. Any other discussion on this amendment?
I would like to speak in favor of this amendment also. It gives us more flexibility as a body in the future. Thank you. Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County.
All right, thank you. All right, any further comment on this? All right, let's go ahead and vote it. So those in favor of the amendment as proposed, please rise. I think this is a simple majority, right? Yeah. Yes, okay, all right, please be seated. Those opposed, please rise for the interest of, okay, all right. Okay, so that amendment will pass. We will go ahead and amend this motion to change shall to may. So that brings us back then to the main motion itself. We're commenting on the
I
main
have
motion.
just some information
Okay.
question. First is, we're in this, I agree it's an unfortunate situation. Can the secretary tell us, at this point, based on the best information she has, how many nominees there are for the 107, I believe, positions?
56.
56 out of 100. Okay, and then,
We may have a couple of more additions. We're
okay,
saying
but
56
so
right
far
now,
you have
maybe
only
60
50.
when it all shakes
Okay,
out.
so then this idea of voting en masse, and the idea that there might be some people you really didn't want to vote for, kind of presumes we know who they are. Are we going to have this before, assuming this passes, which it probably will, we're going to have this vote, will we actually have a chance to see the list so we know whether we can vote yes or no?
I should think so, certainly.
Okay, we are going to.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to be able to do that.
Okay.
You'd have to be able to see
I just
them.
wanted to make sure.
And we should be able to get the ballots printed over lunch, I think, or, yeah.
Point of information.
Yes, point of information.
I would like to hear from the maker of the motion more about the logistics of what would be the criteria for deciding whether to run the election one way or the other in this circumstance.
Oh.
Now that it's May, what
Okay.
would decide how we do it?
All right, would you like to
Thank
speak to that?
So basically, what you'll still need to do is you're still going to need to have a motion at any particular convention to use this process. The default is you have ballots, but since you may do it, it means that you as a body are going to need to decide at that convention with a majority vote to do that. So we will still have, even if we pass this today, right now, you're still going to have a motion on the floor at some point today to say that you want to use this optional method. For this
Thank
one,
you.
for at this particular convention, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so further comment on the motion?
Yeah, I wanted to speak in favor.
Okay.
Okay. Kat McElroy, Fresno. I wanted to speak in favor of the motion. One of the things that I brought up was how often is there a delegate who is blocked? It does happen. It's extremely rare, and it is usually in cases where there is a pretty good sense among the whole delegate body for that purpose. So I think that this just makes it a lot easier, saves us a lot of time. And in that case where there is somebody that there's a lot of unity to block, then it would be straightforward to go to the ballot and do our normal yes, no. Yes, yeah, straightforward, because it would go to the ballot and we wouldn't have the motion. Oh, yes, sorry.
I'm not cutting in line, but just what she's talking about, she asked me about this. Has this happened when we did a suspension of the rules to do a voice vote? And has there been a situation where there was one person on the ballot, we had less people than allowed, that everybody, James Weeks, that everybody agreed should not be a delegate? And it was James Weeks, and that was in 2018. And he was shopping states, and we used to allow out-of-state members because his own state wouldn't allow him to be the delegate because he stripped on stage live on C-SPAN.
Yes, that guy.
And so Mark Hinkle actually stood up and made the motion to amend the motion to elect everybody as a slate So we still did it with a voice vote, but to add everybody on the slate except for Mr. Weeks. And that passed unanimously.
Okay, all right, so does that satisfy your comment and question then, Kat?
Yes, thank you for adding that.
Oh, I see, all right, all right, Star Child.
Yes, Star Child, Chair of San Francisco County. This makes it marginally better, saying may than shall, but it still has the same fundamental problem. And I think, singling somebody out, as in the case that Mimi was just talking about, of like one individual and saying, having that person named before the whole convention is unnecessarily naming and shaming. I think if we just do it by balloting, it better handles it. Sorry. I think that, again, it is important that we preserve our rights as a body to have bottom-up governance and, have all the names ideally further in advance so people, if you're not familiar with somebody, you can learn maybe a little bit more about them online or whatever to see, is this someone who's going to be a good representative? Because as delegates to conventions, especially national conventions, we really are representatives of the party. We're casting votes, on behalf of the larger group of libertarians who can't be there. So I would like to make an amendment to this to say, to amend the motion to change, oh wait, where's the actual, I'm not seeing the resolution, oh, there we go, okay. So the convention shall hold a voice vote to elect all qualified nominees en masse, comma, if there are no objections. And then,
I think that would be just a function of the normal order. A motion would have to be made to do that, in which case it could be objected to.
no, I'm saying that if, my intention here is to make it so that if there are objections, then there must be a ballot. If there are no objections from anyone in the room, then it can be done by acclamation. But if anyone objects, then there would be an actual balloting. Yes, it would require unanimous
All right,
consent.
we're going to want to get this in writing because it's we're workshopping it from the floor. So
Okay.
put this amendment in writing, please.
It's basically just adding those 5 words, if there are no objections. But I can write that down if you want me to.
Please.
So.
All right, so we have an amendment here. We're getting this written down, and then we're going to get it up on the screen so everybody can see what we're doing. Sorry, I moved to if there are no objections after en masse. So we have this amendment proposed to the floor. The amendment requires a.
We don't have the amendment yet because it's not in writing.
Okay, well, he's working on it.
So just stand at ease.
We'll stand at ease for just a second. All right, so we have this amendment. It is in the secretary's hand. We need a standing second for this. Do we have 8 for a standing second for this amendment? We do not. That amendment will fail for lack of a second. All right, so we'll return to the main motion then. We're looking for comment on the main motion.
This is kind of a follow-up on my previous question, but I just want to make sure everybody is clear on what the procedure would be. It sounds to me, tell me if this is wrong, there will be a list, an actual list that we will all have in our hands that we are going to be voting up or down. That list would be subject to amendment, either to add somebody or delete somebody. So if we want to say, I move to delete James Weeks from this list, we have a vote on that, and we can remove it. Similarly, if at the last minute, oh, Brian Holtz wants to be a delegate, and we forgot that, we can do that. So we will, at the time when we vote, we will actually be voting on a concrete list. It won't be just like the people who signed up. It will be an actual list that we know who they are, and we can amend it by normal parliamentary procedure. Is that correct?
That seems accurate.
Okay.
I think so, yeah. Is there any reason that wouldn't be accurate? Are we speaking to that, Aaron?
So just so I'm clear, and I think Jodine is correct, we do need to make sure that when we actually make the motion to basically seat everybody, that we can't have any further changes at that point to the listing. It has to be the case that we've resolved all who has to be on it, or who wants to be on it, and only from a final list should we make this decision. So
I don't know if we have to make any sort of amendment to make that work that way, but I think let's have that understanding, at least for now. Maybe we can
All
make
right.
some changes later.
That makes sense. All right.
That's right.
There would be a list, and then that list could be amended.
Could be amended, sure, right.
Would it be possible for the secretary to put the language on the screen, just scroll up slightly so we can see that, the full motion, and shall has been changed to may, remember? So I'm concerned if we're saying we agree it's amendable, but because we have the en masse in there, are we gonna have arguments about that in the future? So maybe we need, may hold a voice vote to elect qualified nominees and take out the all, take out the en masse.
Oh, sure, anybody's qualified. We're not going to vote for, oh, anybody's qualified.
To elect a list of qualified nominees. Does that work? Workshopping here? Okay, so I will move to amend the final phrase. So instead of to elect all qualified nominees en masse, it will say to elect a list of qualified nominees, period.
Okay, all right, let's put that in writing very quickly, just so that we've got it up here.
Time is technically expired.
Well, we're in the middle of the thing here. The chair will entertain a motion to extend time on this matter. No motion to extend time for 5 minutes. Is there any objection? All right, we'll extend time.
Point of information?
Yes.
Every year at convention, there's hordes of people I don't know, I've never seen, know nothing about. It sounds like we won't have the full list of the en masse until close to when we're expected to vote, and that makes me uncomfortable. I would like to ensure that there's time for us to look at that list and decide if there's any people we don't want on it. But I don't know what the proper way to go about that is. June Jennings, Riverside.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how we would do that either. Right.
Yeah, I mean, the full list can be up on the monitor for everybody to see during all of lunch. I don't see why you need the piece of paper in your hand until after lunch, because after lunch, I will give you a piece of paper, but I can't print it until we're out of this room.
But we won't see what's on the screen while we're at lunch, and if we adjourn
We
just
can leave
before-
it on for people to walk over and look at. I'm just saying, I can't give you the
I don't
piece of
care if
paper
it's
to
on the
like.
screen or it's on paper, Mimi. I just want a chance to review the list and think about it before I cast a vote. That's
So-
all I'm asking for.
So my suggestion is, as soon as we dispose of this, the secretary leaves the list on the screen during lunch, and I will print the list during lunch, and we won't make the motion until people have had a chance to look at the list.
Right, and we'll have the list up all through the keynote. I mean, it'll be on the screen.
Yeah,
and
it'll be on the
everything.
screen. Well, I think yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be there.
It may not be after, it may not be during lunch, but it'll be during the keynote.
Right, yeah, it'll be displayed for a bit here this afternoon, for sure. Okay, so where are we at? We are amending the motion to elect a list of qualified nominees instead of to elect all qualified nominees en masse. That is the motion that is here. This amendment requires a standing second. All right, we have a standing second of 8 to run this amendment. We do. Okay, let's go ahead and vote this amendment. Those in favor of the amendment, please rise. Okay, go ahead and be seated, please. Those opposed to this amendment, please rise. All right, the amendment passes. All right, so we return again to the main motion, which is somewhere up here on the list. Commentary.
John Dew, Chair, Los Angeles County. I'd like to call to question.
All right, we're going to call the question. Calling the question requires a second.
I think that's out of order, actually. You still need to give people an opportunity to
discuss the amended motion now because we did the thing. All right, okay. So we're looking for commentary on the main motion at this point.
My commentary is, we should vote for it.
Okay, do we have an opposition commentary at this point? All right, let's go ahead and move it to a vote. All right, so we need a 2/3 vote for this. Those in favor of this motion, please rise. The what? What? Oh, we'll restate the motion. Let's reread it. Everybody be seated. Everybody be seated. Thank you. Let's reread the motion. Is this it down here, Rebecca? Amend the convention rules to add, if there are fewer nominees for national delegate positions than there are positions available, the convention may hold a voice vote versus nota to elect a list of qualified nominees.
And just to be clear, this is appending onto the bottom of Rule 9.
Yes, okay. All right, so does everybody understand what we're voting on? All right, all those in favor, please rise. Thank you, be seated. Those opposed, please rise. All right, this motion will carry. Thank you. All right, with that, it is 12:02. We are adjourned for lunch. We will return at 1:30. Thank you all very much.
You know what, it just needed to be wordsmith.
I do not want to see your entire delegation challenged in the convention. Yeah. I mean, there's another problem. The guy who's happened to be planning this is sitting next to you at the meeting, and yeah, you did it correctly and something, so that's, yeah. I don't want to be in that position. Thank you. Especially since Pat is on this, especially since Pat is on this.
Very briefly on the way out, we do have, for those of you who are signed up for the lunch speaker, I believe the lunch speaker today is Michael Schwartz from the San Diego County Gun Owners. So if you're a 2A person and you signed up for that lunch thing, that's where you're going to be.
Right in the way. I'm plugging my computer. I'm out of juice already.
We're down to what, 4? If you're going to be in here, I was happy to run you a checking, trying to make sure that we have as many people as we can have on here. Yeah, I kind of understand what's going on here. It's like, we don't have the list yet. Yes. It would have been nice, but it happens. And it's not an off election year, but it's an off election year. So people are not as. Yes, I was wondering how much the two of you were conspiring according to Martin. Yes, I did catch that. I was laughing. Yes. Yeah, I'm just
white noise. I don't think that the Libertarian Party has put up a qualified presidential, no, I shouldn't say that.
Well, I like
a presidential candidate in its history that actually gave a credible plan to accomplish the result. Now, I'm going to get off that.
There is some good candidates. Ron Paul, I think, was very smart.
By the way, I sent him a letter yesterday. I am the only one in position in the country to
He could explain things. I learned a lot from him. And I think we're at 8. I was a big Ron Paul fan.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I love what he has to say. It's just that when it comes time to pull up with a platform,
I don't know. What I'm offering is pretty substantial and incredible. I'm only going to try to chew off so much.
Okay, and maybe we will get lucky and able to get one or two additionals.
It's hard for certain people, even me,
Yeah, but can you get a separate list?
I told you.
Can we get a separate list of them in case
everything's
just those 8 names, even if we can get a secretary. should have more than 40. I think it's like 58.
Tall order there, but, you know, those who say it can't be done should get out of the way, should get out of the way. And those who do exactly right.
I don't want any negative, we're gonna do this, we're gonna make it.
All right, well, good for you. Okay. So where, part of Orange County are you in?
Well, right now, I really think Laguna Beach was
You know, I like my nice expensive mattress.
Sure. Well, I have what's called spondylolisthesis.
I know half of that works. Curved spine?
Yeah, with the spine. I had a spinal fusion.
Where's the pain? Anti-inflammatory. Well, that's good stuff.
But the thing has really helped after trying numerous drugs, physical therapy. The thing that really has helped is
opportunity was just right there, you couldn't pass it up. A lot of fun. Because, you know, they come up, as soon as they ask, you know, why do you know, Trump supporters, they get come up and ask you why. They already know. So you know they're on the other side. As soon as you say two words, they immediately cut you off and start screaming, you know. They don't want to. So let's have fun. But they all know.
Okay, well, I don't have my email on, so that's, yeah. Because I would be interested to see how the system's developed. I wrote the opinion dealing with it, and my particular part was, they couldn't do it under the rules, the way that the rules were set. It's a function of the system.
Or do we have to stay?
That could actually solve the problem. So it'd be interesting.
Can we just be friends? Or do we have to stay?
Rave review here.
And great dessert. I got dessert too.
They didn't run out of cake.
I didn't get the chocolate cake.
Well, I need cake. Planning to be home alone the next morning as long as you're first. He's leaving.
Team building. We have the delegates. We have possibly.
Well, we have to work as a team.
Possibly solutions.
So I'm home alone. No, I don't. I don't really like that. We don't tell people because they had
You better notice.
riots in our little old neighbor in town. They that was George Floyd. So one of the La Mesa cops was bullying this black guy on the trolley, and it was really bullying. It was really awful. And so later that night, crowds came through town and burned the two banks and the building, and so and they just totally decimated downtown. So yeah, that happens. Because I remember the mayor of El Cajon's wife, who were Facebook friends, said this is why we need a right to have AK-47s, because they were talking about going to the hills where we live and scaring more upper-class white people. It's like, so. But this right here is easy to do. So, as Jim was saying back earlier, he wants a gun, but I don't think his gun would do more harm than good. We haven't had a race rifle in years.
joking. I'm joking.
I had to Google, what is A6AB? Yeah, it's like, what is that? It's like, they put it everywhere, the government does. When the town came together, everything was different. Their rooms and the together.
What was interesting is that you're unable
There was a lot of looting.
and they would break into things and they would loot stores and things like that. It was primarily
Looting, burning. They burned a beautiful building. I can't think of what it was called, it was classic. They burned the Union Bank and the Chase Bank. Which were ugly. They were the fire buildings. They tried to save it. Now they're building quickly parks. No parking. One half parking space for the right from the big city. Well, I did like to get a message from you that you were up late. Did they get a message that you went to bed at 3:30?
You stash this while you're down here. All right, my fellow libertarians, it is 1:31. Let us come back to order here after lunch. Everybody find your seats. Let's come to order, please. All righty. We have a national delegate list. Yes, we have a national delegate list that can at least be on the screen and in theory be printed to put in people's hands. All right, we are working on that for that. We weren't able to verify? Okay, let's talk about, can we see who we can't verify yet? Do we have them on a separate spot here? Ah, the list has shrunk. Angela Vargas Sanchez, Gail Lightfoot, Karen Caballo, Jose Castaneda, and Rachel Lester. These are people who we cannot verify yet. And if we cannot verify you, then we must rule your nomination out of order. Now, a note on that, a housekeeping note on that. It is my intention as the chairman, and I think that this sentiment is shared by the members of the executive committee, that this little group of people we want to work with to get you verified, and the executive committee is empowered to add people to the delegation after this meeting is over. This list of people, we're going to want to work with you to verify you to get you on the list. We are not ruling these nominations out of order out of any punitive reason. We're just doing it so that we are in compliance with our own bylaws and we avoid the apocalyptic fracas of last National Convention and all of the delegate mayhem that went on there. So, in order to avoid that, we may well have to rule these out of order, but we want to work with you over the course of the next month or so, make sure that we get this dealt with, get you added to the delegation. On a personal note, if I may, it is my personal intention to oppose any other manipulation of this list when we are done here. So I would like very much for this list to be treated as though it is on a stone tablet carved by the finger of God when we are done here today. So while we may have some extra seats, I'm going to be very reluctant to start messing around with who goes in those seats, especially after the apocalyptic mayhem of the last time someone tried to fill these seats after the fact. So if you'll permit me that personal note. With that in mind, do we have a Credentials Committee report for coming back to order? Oh, there's an on? Apparently there's an on somewhere on there.
Takes a second to kick in.
Oh, I think you're there.
Test?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I just was wondering if you could display the whole list of delegates before we move on.
Oh.
Chris Gannier, Orange County, California. Updated credentialing report is 76.
76. As in spirit of.
And also, how many delegate slots are there and how many of them are filled now, if you would? And we filled how many? Wow, okay.
Okay. Are we doing something else, or did you just want that information?
Yeah, I was hoping to see them all at one time on the screen so I could take a picture.
Mimi is not back,
Or-
and she had said that she was going to try and print this thing. So I
Okay.
assume she is returning with some sort of printed list when she gets here.
Okay, if there's gonna be copies, then that's fine, yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I expect those to be coming.
Okay.
There was- yeah. All right. With that in mind, let's move to our keynote here on Sunday afternoon. So, by way of introduction. Yes, I think I probably do. At this point, it would be in order to close nominations for the national delegation, yes? I think we're there. There's really not much more time left to nominate. So is there any objection to closing the nominations for the national delegate list at this time? Okay. Oh, what? The executive committee can. Well, wait a minute, though. I mean, when we get there, we're going to have to potentially be able to allow that, right? When we get to the balloting for this, people are going to be able to add and subtract, edit this list? If there is a ballot. Well, but even if there isn't a ballot, right? We have to see the ballot, and then if we move to do it, we can add and delete. We just had that whole wrangle before lunch, right? Fair point. Never mind.
Point of
Nominations are not yet
information?
closed. Point of information.
On the list of people who aren't qualified, there are people who are yes in one column and no in the other. Will they be given a chance to become up to date in their no column and still be considered?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. In fact, I will prioritize that. Okay, so by way of introduction, Lars Mapstead is an entrepreneur, investor, and political reform advocate focused on expanding individual liberty and challenging structural barriers to competition in politics and markets. Raised in poverty, he built and sold multiple companies, later becoming a venture capitalist and board member investing in technology, artificial intelligence, and emerging industries. Lars has been directly involved in national and state-level political efforts where he has seen firsthand how ballot access laws, fundraising structures, and entrenched party systems limit voter choice and suppress competition. These experiences led him to develop reform-focused initiatives aimed at opening elections, reducing systemic favoritism, and restoring fairness for independent and third-party candidates. His work bridges entrepreneurship, policy, and technology with a particular focus on how AI and automation will reshape governance, labor, and freedom in the coming decades. Lars speaks candidly about the ways government distorts markets, rewards incumbents, and undermines personal autonomy, and how principled, liberty-driven solutions can move society toward a more open and accountable future. Will you please welcome the man who beat both me and Mimi Robson at the Are You Smarter Than a Politician game show, Lars Mapstead.
Thank you so much. I want to start out just kind of thanking this group here and the people who put on this convention. Thank you so much. Without all your hard work, I know you get paid a lot of money to put this on, and you know you're grifting hard, I'm sure. But thank you so much for putting this on. It's important. I woke up this morning. I was thinking I needed a T-shirt, and the T-shirt would say, "I went to bylaws and I survived." Yeah, so what I want to talk today about is that we have in America the illusion of choice when it comes to our voting systems. We have been captured by two private corporations, the RNC and the DNC, who effectively run our elections and run our country. They're basically an election cartel, and they've captured our voting. They believe that they're your parents, basically, and that we are their children, and they do not provide you liberty when it comes to voting because it's the illusion of choice. In 1988 was my first election that I could vote for a presidential candidate, and I voted for Ron Paul in 1988. I didn't know anything about libertarians. I just liked that he was talking about the fact that we had this giant debt and that we were going to be suffering under it. And so that was kind of the theme for me for the next number of years. And the next election that I could participate in was 1992, and a guy named Ross Perot was running. And Ross Perot was also talking about getting the debt down and that we were under this incredible debt. Now, Ross Perot ran as an independent, and he got 19% of the vote, which is unheard of. It's never happened again. And before that, it was rare. The two parties saw this as a threat. They saw this as a way that maybe they would lose their power, and they went at it full force to basically rig our elections after that. They started with lots of gerrymandering. They did winner-take-all laws. They passed laws to basically prohibit you from petitioning and made all kinds of barriers to entry that were bad. And winner-take-all laws and that sort of thing. Now, running for president, I knew before running for president that our elections were rigged. I remember sometime in the 90s thinking to myself, gosh, it seems like all I can do is vote for Clinton or Bush, Clinton or Bush, Clinton or Bush. And I thought, this isn't really a choice. I'm being forced. I'm being forced. And as a libertarian, I don't like force. And I thought, gosh, I don't want to do these people, but this is the only option. And it's almost like the Democrats and Republicans would probably like to pass a law that says you can only vote for Democrats and Republicans, but that might be kind of weird and unconstitutional, and but I think that they would try to pass that if they could. And you see some of the laws that they passed are quite close to that. In fact, I was talking to a gentleman earlier today, and in his state, if there's an elected official that leaves, the Democrats or Republicans are allowed to appoint a new official to that position, but libertarians and Green parties are explicitly denied that in the law. It says if you're a libertarian or Green Party, you can't replace these people, which seems insane to me, but apparently that's the law that they have. I've been working with a nonprofit that I started, and in that nonprofit, we've been trying to share stories about ballot suppression, about election integrity, and that sort of thing. And so I've kind of been hearing more and more stories, which I guess shouldn't shock me, but they do. You're all familiar with Larry Sharp, who's running for governor of New York right now for the third time. In 2020, during the COVID lockdowns, the Democrats in New York put a poison pill in a 1,000-page bill. And that poison pill came and wrecked Larry Sharp in 2022 when he was running. And the poison pill was that he needed 15,000 signatures in order to be a candidate for governor. And in the middle of the election, in the middle of gathering the petitions, the state changed those requirements from 15,000 signatures to 45,000 signatures. And they changed the time limit in which he was allowed to get those. So basically, they made it almost impossible for him to win. or to get on the ballot. And through some crazy Herculean task, his people in New York and him got 42,000 of the 45,000 signatures, right? But of course, he was denied access to the ballot. He sued the state and said, you can't change the rules of the game in the middle of the game. And so the judge said, basically, you're right, but I'm not gonna like give you anything. And part of the issue with all of these different litigations that we have going on, I know there's some going on in California, is that your remedy for having unfair ballot access is to go to judges, okay? And the judges are wearing black robes, but under their black robes is their partisan jersey, because they're appointed by either a Democrat or a Republican, depending on which state they're in. And they're not gonna go ahead and rule against their party, because then they're not gonna get the next judgeship. So they're basically captured. So we've been looking for these different stories because we wanna educate people on just how corrupt the system is. And there was a gentleman, Nasir Bedouin in Michigan. Now, Nasir also needed to collect signatures, and he needed, I think, 24,000 signatures in his state. Every state has different rules. Every state has different rules on the paper that you can use, whether you need them to be notarized, whether, what time period you can put them. There's so many rules. You really have to know the rules in each state. And that convoluted system makes it very difficult for anybody that's not a Republican or a Democrat to achieve. Because it's just so complex. You need an expert to be able to navigate all these things. So Nasser was getting his signatures, but he was afraid of getting doxxed. And he had a young family, and he didn't want to have people show up and heckle him or come to his house. And you've heard stories about different politicians having crazy people show up at their house and hurting them and that sort of thing. So Nasir put down a P.O. box on his petition form where he was gathering the signatures. And on the petition form, it doesn't say anything on the place where he signed, but below where the actual signatures are, it says no P.O. box is allowed. But on his line, it didn't say that. The Democratic Party sued him, said you can't put a P.O. box on this line. He said, I don't see anything, there's no rules, and they came up with some funky rule that they pulled out of the middle of nowhere in some crazy bylaw. And basically, they denied him the ability to get on the ballot. Now, 24,000 people stood on a street corner and signed that they wanted this guy to be their representative, that they wanted an opportunity to vote for this guy, but they couldn't. The same with Larry Sharpe. Now, this next story, really got my blood boiling. So there's Dr. Bosworth in South Dakota. Now, Dr. Bosworth is a missionary, and she goes to different countries and basically gives her free time to save people's lives. And she wanted to run in South Dakota, and she had gotten her petitions, and she went off to this mission in the middle of the campaign to go help people. And while she was gone, her mother, her clergymen, and her co-workers signed a petition. And when she got back, she wrote on the petition that she had witnessed these people signing because it was her friends and family, and she knew who they were. The Attorney General of the state at the time was best friends with the person that she was running against. They hit her with 12 felony counts for falsifying documents. And they went after her medical license and tried to ruin her career and basically end her ability to be financially sustaining. And what I've kind of learned, I was listening to Thomas Massey was talking about this the other day. He said, if you are a wealthy individual, you probably shouldn't run for office because they will ruin your life, they will try to take your business, they will try to take your money, and they will ruin you if you become a threat to them. And I don't know about you guys, but to me that seems wholly un-American. A couple more quick stories. Kennedy, who was running in the last cycle, obviously you all followed that. He was a Democrat, then he was an independent, and then he went MAGA, so I don't even know what that guy was doing. But But he was trying to get 50 state ballot access, just like Ross Perot had done. Ross Perot got 50 state ballot access. And I had said that if Donald Trump was running as a libertarian, or if Donald Trump was running as an independent in 2024, he would not have gotten 50 state ballot access. It's impossible. It's impossible for an independent, a third party, to really, third party's better than an independent. Independent is really, really difficult. So anyway, he is trying to get these signatures in New York, and he needed to get the same 45,000 signatures, and he crushed that. You know, he had all the money, he had the name, he had all the people working for him, and he got, I don't know, like 70,000 signatures or something like that. And he turns in these 70,000 signatures, and the Democrats sue him. And they say, well, Mr. Kennedy, we see that you put down this address here, and we don't actually believe that this is your residence, that you don't live at this place, and so all your petitions are null and void. And he said, well, wait a minute. I pay state taxes to New York, and I hold a law license in New York, and you're telling me that I'm a resident of California? Well, I would have asked for all my tax money back, personally. But, you know, he was denied that. And that was a big piece of why he switched out of running as an independent, because once he realized he couldn't carry New York, what's your chances of winning the election if you can't get those electoral votes? Zero. Your chances are zero. So that's why he pivoted. I got the chance to debate a bunch of people during my campaign. One of the people that I debated was Jill Stein, the Green Party. And she told me a horror story, which I really couldn't believe. You know, a lot of times libertarians, we want to reach 5% in the presidential election. If we get to 5%, we get matching funds from the government. Now, some people take umbrage with that. I'm not going to get into that right now. But she had reached this threshold and gotten the matching funds. And so during her campaign, she spent, I think it was $250,000 that she got. She spent the $250,000 on, you know, literature and ads and whatever. And after she had got done spending this money, the government came to her and said, oopsies, you don't actually qualify for that. So you need to give us the $250,000 back. And she's like, well, I spent it and I don't have it. And they said, oh, well, you have a pension account and a 401k, and we'd be happy to take those from you in order to settle your debt with the US government. And it's like, you know, when all these things kind of add up to a chilling effect on any candidate that wants to run as an independent or third party. Because if you face all these Herculean things, if you face losing your job or felony counts for that matter, then you second guess whether you should run for office, whether you should serve our country. I was in Philadelphia in Independence Hall, and I was doing a tour of Independence Hall, and the woman showed where First Congress had met. And she said all these people that came to this first Congress, they all had jobs. They were either blacksmiths or maybe farmers or ran a store or whatever. And that when they came here to Philadelphia to Independence Hall, they were coming here to be of service to their country. That it wasn't a career. And somehow we've turned our politics into career politicians that are not being of service to our country. They're being of service to themselves and to the two private corporations that control our elections and our country, the RNC and the DNC. Last week, well actually this week, it's been a long week, earlier this week I filed to run for Congress CA 19, Santa Cruz and Monterey County. And I paid my $1,740 filing fee, and I have to get my 70 signatures that I need to get. That sounds really good. That sounds like pretty easy ballot access. It's like, I mean, it kind of sucks. It's $1,740. Some people, you know, that's a lot of money, and that's a barrier to entry, and I'd like to see that even less. I feel like even if you're a gas station attendant, if you want to serve your country, the barriers should not be there, and you should be allowed to serve your country, regardless of whether you have money. It shouldn't be a club for only millionaires to serve our country. That seems ridiculous to me. So I got to thinking, I paid $1,740 and collected these signatures so I could be on a primary election that doesn't count for anything. And I'm thinking, well, why was I gatekept to a thing that isn't even actually an election? Like I have to pay so I can participate in a thing that doesn't even actually elect you. And then, oh yes, California has top 2. Top 2. It's kind of like the ultimate gatekeeping, right? The primary system is the kids' table, right? And everybody is relegated to the kids' table except for maybe 2 Democrats or maybe a Democrat and a Republican. And my personal belief is that we need more competition in our politics, that if we have more candidates, it sharpens all the other candidates. If we have more voices and more ideas, that seeps into the other candidates. Even if you don't win, they have to listen to your thing, and the audience, the public listens to your thing, and then that is like changes the public tone. But if there's never anybody challenging you, you can just continue to spew your propaganda, and there's no one challenging. And so we, like I said, we have an illusion of choice in America and our politics. All right, so when I was running my campaign, many of you know I had a platform of Stop 270 to basically win electoral votes and deny Trump and Biden the opportunity to win the election, and then you have it be a contingent election in the House of Representatives. And when I went there to Maine, I was really excited to tell them my plan, and they thought it was a great plan. And they said, there's one problem, Lars. And I said, well, what's the problem? And they said, well, we don't have ballot access. Oh, okay. Well, it turns out that in Maine, the Secretary of State decided that the Libertarians had been on the voter rolls for too long, and that every Libertarian was stale, and removed every Libertarian off the voter rolls, so there was no more Libertarians in Maine. Of course, the chair of Maine took umbrage at that. And they proceeded to sue the state. And the judge said, you're right, they shouldn't have deleted these people. These weren't stale people. They didn't have any stale Democrats or Republicans. Obviously, all those were perfectly fine. And the judge ended up saying, you're right, this was wrong. They shouldn't have deleted these people from the voter rolls. But I'm not going to put them back. Right? Which I don't know how that works exactly. So the way Maine works, in order to be a major party, it's not about getting signatures, it's about registered voters. So they needed 10,000 registered voters to have major party status to be able to just put candidates on the ballot. And the chair of Maine, Harrison Kemp, he thought that 10,000 was insurmountable. I think they had gotten back to like 2,000 or something like that. And so they went ahead and went back to court, and they were able to get the state legislator to reduce the number from 10,000 to 5,000, which is huge. And so when I went there, they still needed like 3,000 registered voters, and we had a few months left. It wasn't going to happen. I flew up there and I stood on the street corner trying to register people to vote. It's really hard to get people to register to vote as a libertarian. It's sort of easy to get a signature, but registering to vote is a whole nother game. And so we ended up having to team up with Richard Winger and Bill Redpath, and we gathered the money together and we hired professional signature gatherers, and we were able to just barely squeak over that 5,000 limit, and we got Maine major party status again so that they could run people for elections. So like I said, I have this nonprofit Voting Rights Foundation, and about 6 or 9 months ago, we got a phone call and said, hey, we've got a major thing going down in Wyoming, and we think you should be part of this, this action. And I said, well, what is it? And they said, well, we think that we have a potential to get proportional representation in front of the State House in Wyoming. It would be the first time any proportional representation bill had been placed in any state in America. And I thought, wow, that seems like a really cool thing, because proportional representation basically ends gerrymandering. There's no more lines, and I hate gerrymandering because you see the lines and they just draw them around people's houses, and they're like, you're included, you're excluded. I mean, this is the ultimate like rigging of the system. So just this week, my team and I flew up there. We met with tons of the legislature and educated them on proportional representation. We did a lot of advertising in the state. And this week, the state voted something like 27-4 to push the bill forward in the State House to take it up for consideration. We don't think that it'll pass this year, but just the fact that it's before the legislator and they're discussing it, if we could get proportional representation in one state, I think other states would fall, and we could have a much better chance. What proportional representation would do is, let's say that there's 40% Democrats and 40% Republicans, and there's 10% Green Party and 10% Libertarians. They just give those percentages to the Congress or to the State House that they're trying to do. And so you would automatically get representation as a Libertarian Party without having to be necessarily voted on, or the Green Party, that sort of thing. All right, so I've been running this thing trying to, we have Voter Choice Foundation, which is a 501c4, and Voting Rights Foundation, which is a 501c3. And we have crafted 50 state legislation to change ballot access laws around the country, just like we did in Maine. Because Harrison Kemp came to me and he said, I think we can do what we did in Maine in 10 or 20 other states. And the Libertarian Party spends huge sums of money every cycle just trying to get on the ballot. We send out our petitioners, and everybody's out in the streets trying to get signatures, and we spend money on filing fees and all this kind of stuff. Well, our party doesn't have a huge sums of money to burn on this kind of thing. And by the time we've done all that, we've burnt out our activists and we've drained our coffers. So what chance do our candidates have of winning an election? So the idea is, if we can reduce ballot access laws around the country, it gives a dividend every year after we've passed this, because now you no longer have to pay as much fees, you no longer have to get as much signatures. And I was thinking, I've got this little team, and we're really working on trying to get this done, but I really need a movement. I really need everybody to get on board with pushing for ballot access changes. And so I came up with a plan, and on your table there, you'll see this little card, Ballots Without Barriers. And you can scan that and go to that, or you can just type it in ballotswithoutbarriers.com. So I've been talking to the Libertarian National Committee, and they've agreed that this would be a good proposal. And what it is, if you go to this website, you can scroll down and you can put in your address, okay? And it pulls up your state representatives. And you can push a button and automatically email your state representatives telling them that you want to have ballot access changed. You can also, we're not quite implemented yet, but you will also be able to push a button and we'll send a physical piece of mail on your behalf to your state legislator and telling them that you want to have this done. Now, importantly, I need a champion or several champions in every state who knows how to navigate the halls of their state capital, who has some access to a state representative that would put forth the bill to change the ballot access laws. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is start a movement across this country, not just with libertarians. I'm trying to get the Green Party involved. I'm trying to get the Forward Party involved. Anybody independent, anybody that has suffered under the crucial ballot access regime that we have, I want to champion those people so that we can get more competition in our politics. And additionally, on that website, you'll see a thing that's the ballot tax. And if you put in your state, it will tell you around, roughly, how much money it costs for you to be able to get on the ballot in your state. This is basically a tax. It's like a poll tax, except it's a ballot tax. And poll taxes are illegal. Ballot taxes should also be illegal. We have a saying in the Libertarian Party when people take your fruits of your labor and your production away from you. I think it goes something like, taxation is, that's the one. All right, so there's a guy that's been working on ballot access for probably 40 years or more in the party, and his name is Richard Winger. And Richard Winger puts out Ballot Access News. And there's nobody in America that knows ballot access more than Richard Winger. And he's been carrying this torch for 40 years. And he's been educating people. And he's been leading the fight in getting ballot access reform. And now I want to pick up that torch and I want to run with it with a team, with people with money, with an army of people behind us trying to get ballot access laws changed. And so I know Richard isn't here, but I wanted to give Richard Winger a round of applause. All right. Go to this website right now. Scan with your phone, it's easy. And put in your address and push that button. The reality of it is this is very easy activism. And people are often looking for a way that they can participate in bringing liberty to America. And I think that this is a real easy way that we can all get behind and really change American politics. I can see that it's working. When I saw this proportional representation in Wyoming after we went there, and I realized, and the success that we had in Maine, we can do this. We can literally change the way the system works so that we actually do have competitive elections in America, so that libertarians can win. It is my belief that, and some people disagree, that a political party is to run candidates and win elections. You can't run candidates and win elections if you can't get on the friggin' ballot. So I guess what I want to say is that really, if you are a gas station attendant, if you are a school teacher, if you are a plumber, whatever you do, if you want to serve this country and you want to make it a better place, you should have the same access as the Republicans and Democrats do to be able to serve your country. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, we have some time left, so I would entertain some questions. Yes, Barbara? It's not a question, it's a comment. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I know Fina might be here, and she had run in Hawaii, and it was something like a few $1,000s or something. And then when she went to Florida, or no, it was cheap in Hawaii, like $50. And then when she went to Florida, it was like $3,000 for the same, $10,000 for the same position. And I remember her doing this huge fundraising just to get on the ballot. Imagine if she had that $10,000 to go out and preach libertarian stuff to people, right? So.
If you do have a question for Lars, feel free to come up to one of the microphones. And that way everybody can hear your question too.
Good point.
Lars, given that you're from California, are you familiar with the work being done by ProRep and CalRCV, that's California Ranked Choice Voting, which are both trying to get some of what you want? We're not trying to do exactly what you did in Wyoming because we have nonpartisan elections everywhere below, and you can't do things by party for non-casino. But they are, the goal of both is to get proportional representation. And ProRep is remaining neutral on what kind at this point. They just want to see something. CalRCV is specifically pushing for proportional ranked choice voting, and we'd love to have you help.
Yeah, I did push for ranked choice voting in my town because I felt like that was a good way to create competition. So I'm in favor of other voting methods than we currently use because I think the method that we use right now, winner take all, is basically just another way that they rig the game so that they can stay in power. So I'm in favor of changing that. Yes, sir.
I got a quick question and a deeper question. The quick question is, when they're putting in the costs, is that for a congressional run?
I believe it is. It could be a combined congressional run / presidential run. Although the California one looks pretty close to what it cost for the congressional run, so I'm going to say congressional.
Right. You and I are both running for Congress in California. And then the deeper question is that this reminds me a lot of the vote for women's suffrage, in that the people who are already elected are elected by keeping out certain other people.
Yep.
And in that case, they had to fight for a really long time and have a couple of good things come together in order to get it happen. What kind of leverage do you see to tell Republicans and Democrats who are profiting by having it an exclusive club
to open it up, because yeah, they're going to get letters from people, but they're going to go, why would I want this to happen? What leverage do we have to change them?
Yeah, and I think that's really exactly what I'm trying to do here, is the leverage is it needs to take hundreds of thousands of people sending letters to their congresspeople and to their state house representatives in order for them to even pay any attention to what we're doing, because they have no incentive to do that, obviously. What I will say is that going to Wyoming and meeting with the state reps there, one of the state reps said something to me that just like shook me to the core. I'd never heard it from a politician before. And he said, I said, well, how would you vote on these different things? And he said, well, I vote whatever my constituents want me to vote. I don't have a position. What? What? And he said, in fact, I probably vote sometimes not the way that I would vote, but I'm here to represent the people that elected me. What? So it's, I think that there are principled people in government in some places. And, we can see a few shining lights. Most of them are corrupt, bureaucratic, slogs. And I also believe that the longer that they're in there, the more likely they are to become corrupt. So I'm a big fan of term limits.
Hello. First of all, thank you. I did fill it out and sent my reps another email, as they're probably getting tired of seeing my name. But Drew Shorkey, San Diego. I do have a question. When it comes to a proportional system, like you're advocating for, how did the individual candidates get selected? If they're saying 10% go to libertarians, but we had 50 libertarians running,
yeah,
who gets the nod?
Yeah.
Who makes that call? And
Yeah.
how do I defend that when I'm advocating for this?
Yeah, so in this particular case, I still didn't completely wrap my head around the mechanics of it all. Think tank people were pitching it, and it was think tank talk, which is kind of like bylaws talk. But the idea is that the parties would select their slate of candidates and submit that slate of candidates. So I imagine that it would be something along the lines of how we select our presidential candidate. There would be delegates, and they would vote on their slate of people that they would want to run. And there was an option for independents that weren't in any party. You could run as an independent, and if independent got enough votes, you would get in, which would be interesting because in California, I think, really across America right now, Republicans and Democrats are in the minority, right? The independent party, the independents, are the majority of people. And so if we could motivate those people, somebody said earlier that some very small percentage of libertarians actually vote. If we could, and I said if every independent in America voted for Lars for president, I would be president of the United States. You had a second piece, I think.
Just on how to advocate for a proportional system. Like, if I'm pushing people to support this,
yeah,
how do I overcome their disinterest?
Well, it's interesting because when I spoke with both Republican and Democrat legislators in Wyoming, and everybody was for it. And the reason they were for it was the women's suffrage movement was passed in Wyoming. I kind of knew that, but they had giant murals all over Cheyenne, saying that they were the ones that did that. And so the thing that they're interested in is they had used to have where each county voted, and that was their district, was their county. And they call it something like all counties or my county. And in Wyoming, counties are super important, so much so that you have on your vehicle license plate the county that you're from. So they are so for them, that's the way. So maybe you just have to find the angle that works for the particular group of people you're working with, And I think one of the angles is just free and fair elections. Don't you believe in competition? When I say that to people, they say yes, but the funny thing is they only really care about free and fair elections when their party is winning. Star Child.
Yeah, so I also went to your website just now, Lars, and a couple quick suggestions. One is there's the thing where it's like calculate your ballot tax, and it's I think a red button or a blue button, and then there's contact your representatives, which is the other color, red or blue. Because of the two parties being associated with those colors, I think that could be a little bit confusing. I'd recommend instead having
calculate your ballot access, that be a red button, like stop, you're not going to get on the ballot, and then contact your representatives, have that be a green button, like go, do something. Just quick, simple change there. But the other thing I was thinking about in terms of how to sell proportional representation or convince people this is viable and workable and everything, have a list of the countries where it's being used right now, because it is used in other countries around the world, and a lot of people don't know that. And so people say, oh, this could not work or whatever. It's like, well, it's working here, here, and here, you know. So those are two suggestions. And the third suggestion I have is for a slogan to use in connection with this whole ballot access thing, which is an old one but good one: no taxation without representation.
Sick. Love it. One more? Okay.
Hi, Sandra Callender from Contra Costa County. I've been chair there for about 2 weeks now, and I've gone to lots and lots of our social events. They're sometimes called business meetings, but usually not much business is officially done, and it's not really high priority. Both in Los Angeles County and up in Contra Costa County. And after a while, because I want to see results, I sometimes will stop getting involved. I'll try to do things on my own. But you're talking about a letter writing campaign, and I signed up a long time ago with Downsize DC. They had this plan where you could go online, and once they got to 300 people willing to do it, they would start sending us on a kind of a schedule to Sacramento to lobby. And then nobody had to go alone. They could just show up. So far, I've signed up for quite a number of their issues, but we're not getting 300 people signed up in my county, so it's not working, or I'm in my district, whatever the borders are. But one of the things I did do is I found the local office, and it's the campaign office, and I already kind of knew because Ron Paul gave advice about there are people inside that are feeding us tips on how this works. And we know they pay a lot more attention when you show up in person. They also pay more attention when you send it through the mail. You write it out, send it through the mail. And if it looks like it was pre-printed or pre-planned or automated, they're getting used to ignoring it. Same with the phone calls. And so, but I know that the people at the office are keeping statistics about what's coming in because they need to know how to make us happy. So one thing I would think about doing, because I'm trying to think about things we can do at our social events, you could have a big box of stationery and stamps, and you could have a little presentation, and I liked your stories about these injustices, because all of those, to me, the big thing about this is it injures people who, the voters in general, the public, the consumer of the product have no choices.
That's right.
And that's the big thing, and I think this is an issue where we could invite total strangers to come and hear about how to have more options on the ballot and get disaffected people from everywhere. And I don't really care if they sign up for the party as much as I care whether they will at least vote for our candidates as a second choice. If they have a preference and they don't like that option, they don't want to vote for the opposite. They want to vote for us. They want to be free. So I think that's a place to start, and then you take the best of them and you recruit them. But in the meantime, they can come and we can all write these letters, sitting around talking about what we're putting down. And I think it would be more dynamic and interesting at a social event for people to talk about that, because we wouldn't dictate what they said, but basically then you don't want to maybe mail them all at once, or maybe you do, but they start trickling in, and it's going to look like somebody got organized, but I think it would be effective, and it would make us seem way more influential than we seem now, without a whole lot of work. So it's just an idea if you're trying to do these campaigns. The other thing is, of course, you post whatever the plan is and how you're going to do it and fundraise.
You're hired. Yeah, so one of the things that the Voting Rights Foundation, that's this piece here. This is the education piece of our organization. And we plan on printing materials to take to the California State Fair as an example. And we'll be putting that together. But I liked all your ideas. I'm going to review the video because you had a lot of great ideas. And some of them I've already thought of them, and some of them I haven't. And the fairies that do the code probably got the hint of the changes that we need to make. All right, is that it? Thank you very much. Thank you.
All righty. Let's give Lars another big hand. All right. I think the moment you've all been waiting for has arrived. Next on our agenda is the election of the National Convention delegates. So, I guess we probably need a credentials report. Let's start there. Okay.
Report from the Credentials Committee, we are currently at 77.
77.
Delegates. Second point of information, we do have the printed list of all of the LNC delegates. Should I pass them out or should I put them up front for people to get?
Let's pass them out.
Can
Let's
I
go
get
ahead and do
two volunteers to help me pass out? Oh, we got one right here. Thank you. I'm going to start right here. I'll start in the middle.
Really quickly, when you get these, we've got all of the people listed that qualify. At the bottom of the second page, we've got the people that, as of the time I printed this, did not qualify. There'll be announcements if some of those have changed, but I wanted you to have them so that everybody sees everybody.
We'll stand at ease here for a bit while the list gets passed out. Everybody gets a look.
I'm sure there is.
Oh, okay. Richard Fast and Frank Manson should be on the top. Okay, and that makes it a PCC. Okay.
You weren't on the list yet.
Anyone could not get a list. It'll be on this front table.
Okay, let's make a couple clarifications here as I've consulted with the secretary. You will notice on the second page that there's that little list of unverifieds right there. It's my understanding that during lunch or the keynote or whatever, Richard Fast and Frank Mansky were able to get their verifications dealt with and done and satisfy the secretary there. So Richard Fast and Frank Mansky should be up on the main list, which gives us 60 even on the list there. So we have 60 even. That leaves us 5 people on that last page there: Angela Vargas Sanchez, Gail Lightfoot, Karen Caballo, Jose Castaneda, and Rachel Lester, who still need to verify something to the secretary so that they can become delegates. And I reiterate that this is something that I as the chair will seek to make a priority on the executive committee so that we can get these people into the delegation as we get the opportunity.
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Okay.
So the people on the list, to fix the error, at least as to myself, who do I speak to?
The secretary.
Thank you.
last-minute verifications here.
Excuse me, Ms. Lester.
No, that's all right. That's why we were doing this, is to make sure that we get it done. So Rachel Lester's on. Thank you. All right. It appears that Rachel Lester has just verified, so now our list stands at 61. Thank you, Rachel.
Chair,
We can entertain final nominations, or we can entertain commentary. Yes, Aaron Starr.
at what point would it be in order for me to make a motion that in lieu of the ballot, that we handle this by acclamation?
Engaging the process that we discussed before lunch. Yes, I suspect that would be in order at this point. Yes, yes, I think it would be in order to make such a motion.
So do I have, okay, so I'm taking this as the list is final at 61.
It is, I think, as final as it can be at this moment.
Okay, well, what I'd like to do then is,
point of order.
Let me just finish.
Okay, well, I just want to move on before we resolve this, so that's what the point of order is related to.
Yes. I don't know what your order is.
What is it that you're trying
What's
to
your
do?
point of order?
I just heard you saying something about making it final. I just wanted to relay from Jose Castaneda here, who's been a longtime member of the party. He did renew his national membership, and so we want to make sure he gets onto the list.
And as soon as we have some verification of that in the secretary's hands, then we will move him forward. If we can't do that today, then we can do it over the next few weeks, and we'll get him onto the delegation.
If he did it online, Mr. Chair, how is he supposed to provide verification
He
of that?
should have some kind of email receipt. He should have received something that says it's in, it's there. Rachel Lester just showed us her email from when she reviewed just now. She showed that to the secretary. If we have that sort of confirmation in hand, then we can go forward. But again, if not, this is not a punitive measure. We just want to make sure that this gets done
Sure.
properly, and we'll move it, we will move people onto the delegation once they verify.
Understood. I just didn't want him to get shut out through some kind of technical glitch or whatever. And then I had another question when Aaron's
Okay,
done with
but
his.
quickly.
Well, this is not part of my point of order, so I think he had precedence.
All right. So, very quickly though, before you move ahead, we should say, like in an official capacity here, that these four names, Angela Vargas Sanchez, Gail Lightfoot, Karen Caballo, and Jose Castaneda, their nominations are out of order because they have not been able to verify their assorted memberships to the secretary. So.
Actually, pardon me, I correct myself. I think it is maybe a point of order because it does relate to the delegate list, also this other issue, so.
Okay, what is your issue?
Benjamin Wire, who's listed here as one of the approved delegates, I believe he is the chair of the New Hampshire LP and a representative on the LNC for that region. Is he eligible?
I believe he is a lifetime member of the California State Party.
So even though he's chair of another state, under our rules, he's still eligible to be a delegate from California?
As far as I know.
Point of information, he is not chair of New Hampshire any longer. He resigned.
Oh, okay.
But I believe he still lives in New Hampshire, even if he's not the chair. Is that not correct?
Would you deny a lifetime member the ability to be part of the California delegation?
I'm just questioning what it says
That's a
under our
yes or no
rules.
question. That's a yes or no question.
I was not the person, one of the people who voted to exclude out-of-state delegates, so personally, it'd be my preference if we include everybody. But if it's our rules that says we can't have out-of-state delegates, then.
We don't have that rule. A lifetime member is capable of being a state delegate regardless of where they reside. Right. Yeah. That's. Yeah. So he's still valid.
So, Mr.
Okay. So we're over here.
I guess we're back.
Aaron
to-
Starr.
All right, great. So if it's in order at this time, I'd like to move that we that we use the optional voice vote system that we've just created to choose this list of 61 delegate nominees.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to engage the voice vote process to approve all 61 nominees. Am I understanding your motion correctly?
Correct.
Okay, so simple second, stand second.
We need seconds.
Standing second. We need a standing second for this. So we'll need 8 people to standing second this motion. We totally have that. Okay, so let's go ahead and discuss this motion. Would like to speak to your motion?
Sure, I think it's going to save a lot of time. The sentiment in the room is to do that. I don't see the appetite in the room to not seat somebody among this list.
Okay. All right. For the Star Child.
I actually will argue against this on the basis of that delegate that I just mentioned. Even if he is a lifetime member of California, Benjamin Wire is part of the faction in New Hampshire who's been responsible for some very reprehensible content, racist, calling for, execution of people, etc., on X.com, formerly Twitter. And I think if New Hampshire wants to nominate him, that's their business. But personally, I don't see people from that faction, which has been censured by, I believe, the LNC at this point, that it's not something that I think we should be representing and putting forward as part of our delegation to represent us at national. And for anyone who wants more information on that, I encourage you to web search LPNH Twitter or X posts. Some truly offensive stuff that's very unlibertarian on there.
If I'm understanding this process that we have adopted at this point, then I think that.
So I guess my motion would be to remove his name from the list or vote on him
Right, so we're
separately.
talking about a move to amend this list is what we're doing.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend this list to strike Benjamin Ware. Do. Oh, okay, all right, no, I see what's going on. All right, so we need to go ahead and dispense with this motion, and then we can open amending the list itself. No. Yeah, it's gotta be one or the other. Okay, well, let's come to the microphone, let's get this thing figured out. So, there was some discussion of this before lunch, that there needed to be some mechanism by which we could do exactly what is being attempted to be done. Let's talk about how to do that in order.
My assumption, working under this, was that we were done with this list of 61. Who would like to make motions to change the list?
That's what he's trying to do.
All right, let's stand at ease for just a moment while we see if we can figure out a smooth way forward here.
I believe that the way we did this is we have to do this vote first to say that we're going to use a voice vote.
Yes.
Then we go to another motion to then approve the list, at which point the list can be amended to remove somebody.
Okay, that
We
makes
did
sense.
that very much on purpose, and that's what we talked about before.
That makes sense. The motion to do the voice vote is not approval. We then have to move to an
Yeah,
approval vote.
this motion doesn't approve any list. This motion simply approves the fact that we're gonna approve some list by voice vote.
That makes sense, but Aaron, sorry, do you have a counterpoint?
Sure, so let's suggest this, that's fine. If we can, well, I'd move to use a voice vote to approve the list of nominees for national delegates, period. At this point, Star Child can make a motion to reduce that list.
To amend the list.
To amend the list.
Does this need this needs an amendment. I move to amend the motion to take out 61 nominees and instead say Aaron Starr moved with standing second. Well, it's going to need a new standing second. How about Aaron, he moved to use voice vote to approve the 61 nominees for national delegate. I want to say use voice vote to approve the list of nominees for national delegates. List, period, and then the list can be amended.
Let's put this in writing.
This is completely unnecessary. The motion on the floor, made by Aaron Starr, already seconded by is
Yes.
to approve the 61 nominees.
Right.
Now that's what's on the floor.
Right, and that feels like it can then be amended.
His amendment is in order because
I think I agree with you. I think that's where we're at. Okay. Because the motion is to approve this list, we can then amend this list as part of this. So this is a motion to amend. So, yeah, I think that's the smoothest way to do this.
Okay, I agree. So basically, we'll do this, and are we going to have Star Child come and make then a motion to amend the list?
To amend the list. And then when we dispense with the amendment, we'll move to the main motion of approving the list.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So Star Child.
Okay.
You have a
Well, this
motion on the
is
floor.
the-
You have a motion
yes.
on the floor to amend this list to
Yes.
strike Benjamin Weir from the list.
Yes, this
All
is the
right.
motion the same thing I just said, which I thought Aaron said was inappropriate before.
Right.
But anyway, this is what I was trying to do, yes.
Okay, so we have that motion on the floor. We need a standing second for this, I believe, yes? Yes, we need a standing second for this. So those in favor, excuse me, those looking to second the motion to strike Benjamin Weir from the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we have that second. All right, so let's vote. This is going to require a 2/3 vote. Oh, let's speak to the motion. Would anyone like to speak to this motion?
I would like to
this
speak to it.
Okay.
I would like to verify what Star Child said. A third-party watch and also an independent political report and also in an unofficial Libertarian Party Facebook page. This has come up with what's happening in the state Star Child just mentioned, so this is true, and I don't think he should be representing us. And also, he's the chair of another state
He's not.
affiliate.
He is no longer the chair of that affiliate.
Okay, all right. What Star Child said, I can vouch from reading it, and how I mentioned is the truth, and what he has, and what New Hampshire has, I think it was New Hampshire, right?
Correct.
What they have commented is a little sick.
Okay, all right, any further commentary? Commentary here.
I don't know what
Well,
order you want to take us in.
I guess you're the motion. Let's go ahead and take a comment, and then we'll come back around on you.
So I'd like to speak against this motion. I never heard of this before, where this person's doing this. We were all familiar with James Weeks and what he did, because he did it in front of everybody and the world. But I'm not going to just take some accusations that are thrown out because somebody said something on the internet somewhere. I mean, I mean, that could happen to any one of us. I have even had an example one time where on Third Party Watch, somebody posted something using my name, even though it wasn't me. So I think that we're not giving this person an opportunity to basically stand up for himself. And if it was really common knowledge, okay, but I'm only seeing a few people who are just taking the word of one accuser, and that's it. And I just, no. I say we vote no on striking Ben Weir from the list. Thank you.
Okay. Comment over here.
Jen Janice, Riverside. I have sort of a related question. I mean, I've seen stuff from New Hampshire that's so obnoxious that I try and ignore it, so I really don't know what's going on there. Is there anyone who can testify that he was behind some of that obnoxious material and not simply overridden by the rest of the people in New Hampshire? I would like to know that information if it's available to make a decision on this vote. Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Chris Gannier,
We can come to that.
Orange County, California.
Yes.
I call the question.
Point of information.
Yes.
Is it possible that if someone were to be removed from the list for some of the reasons that we're not sure, but if we remove someone from the list, is it possible for the executive committee to appoint them later as a convention delegate?
That is possible, yes.
Thank you.
Well, oh, no? Oh, okay, fair enough. Sorry, no, that would not be possible. If this body chooses someone cannot do it, the executive committee can't override that. We could add someone that doesn't get brought up in here.
Point of
We
information.
can't override this body. Sorry, I'm just informed.
So it would be taken as voting against that person rather than just removing them from the list and voting for the remaining set of people?
That makes sense, yeah.
It makes sense logically, but I'm not sure it makes sense philosophically.
I'm not sure how to address that. Procedurally, that would count as a no vote in some procedural sense. That's what I'm hearing?
Just to remove him from the list that then is going to be voted on is considered a vote against that person. That doesn't seem right to me.
I mean, if we're voice voting, then we're voting against having that person on the list. That feels intuitively like a no vote on that person.
It is a no vote on that person.
Yeah, I feel like that's where that's at, yes. Yeah.
I had a point of information, Mr. Chair, but also I wanted to respond to the question that was, I believe, addressed to me previously about the.
I don't get the
evidence.
the question has been called. We have a
The
motion on the floor
evidence,
to call the question.
well, I was actually in line before Chris Skinner, he kind of jumped in front of me, but.
I mean, this was your motion. You spoke to your
yes.
motion when you got it started.
Well, I didn't give the, well, anyway.
You gave a pretty
It's-
solid rationale for why Ben Weir should not be on
It's-
this list.
Well, then subsequently, I was asked for evidence of that, and it is on the LNC list. You can see him defending the New Hampshire LP. Jeff Eunice, who is in our county,
Come
San
on, dude,
Francisco.
we're out of order here
He's
at this
New
point,
Hampshire LP member. He's intimately familiar with this.
I get it, but none of this is really
The
running
LPSF
counter to
has
anything that's
passed
been
also
said.
a resolution at our
All
county
manner
level.
of things can be claimed. At this point, you're out of order. We got to move
Okay.
the call to the question. Well, right, but the motion is there. We need to vote. We need to take up the call of the question. We have not had a second yet. Oh,
Hasn't it expired then if there was no second already by now?
well, I haven't been able to get to the second because we rolled into a whole bunch of points of information in order.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a second, standing second for a call? Call the question, standing second? I don't think it needs a standing second. It's just straight up second, right? Okay, so a call of the question has been made and seconded. So now we need 2/3 to close debate. So those in favor of closing debate on this question, please rise. All right, please be seated. Those opposed to closing debate on this question, please rise. I feel like we've got 2/3 to close debate on this question. No?
Point of
All right, all right.
information.
What?
Has everything been done to qualify Gail Lightfoot for this list?
She has not, no.
Okay.
We've messaged her, we'll get that taken care of, but she is
Okay.
not on the list presently.
If she qualifies at some future time, will she be able to be added to the
The executive
list?
committee will be able to add her at a later
Good
date,
enough
yes.
for me.
Thank you, okay. So, all right, let's go ahead and do division on this
One
call
more
of
point of
question.
information, if I could.
Do 10 seconds.
The
We're in the middle of a vote.
The chair just recognized me for point of information. You
Yes,
shouldn't be yelling at me from the
Yes, I did,
audience.
for 10 seconds, dude, quickly.
Okay. Flustered now. I'm trying to remember what I was about to say.
Okay, then stop.
The-
We're going to move to the vote. No,
The-
no, you don't
it
have time to
related
be
to
flustered.
the-
We're moving to the vote. We're done. We need to move to the vote, man. We're in the middle of division, in the middle of this vote. You cannot now speak to it. We're in the middle of the
Okay, I
vote.
remembered what it is. 10 seconds.
Bro, no, we're done. We're done. No, it's out of order at this point. You
thought
needed
you
to be
gave me
ready
10
when I
seconds.
came to you, man. Come on. You've been doing this for years. All right.
I
Okay.
know.
We're moving to a count on the call of the question. Those of you who are in favor of ending debate on this question, please rise. We're going to count this off. All right. Okay, I'm gonna point at you. We're gonna actually count so that we can have this clear. All right, so over here, please. 1, 2, yep, thank you. Sean, you're 3. Behind? Oh, sit down when you're done, please. Thank you. All right, and then in the back, you were 4, ma'am? 4, okay, and here? 5, sit, thank you. And here in the front, please. 7. You're fine, you're 29. Mike, you're 30. Thank you, okay. 33. Yep, in the back, next to you. 38 in the back. 41, looks like 41, okay. All right, those opposed to closing debate on this question, please rise. All right, we'll count it off. You are opposed to closing debate on this question? Where is your badge? All right, thank you. So you are number 1. So 1, 2. Jose?
12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
17, 18, 19, okay. All right, so we're at 19, that's 41 to 19, that's 2/3, so that will pass. We will close debate on this question. All right, so let's go ahead and proceed with the vote on the amendment itself. This is the amendment to the list to strike Benjamin Weir's name from the list. So let's have all those in favor of striking Benjamin Weir's name from the list, please rise. Again, I believe this is 2/3. And let's go ahead and count this off. Oh, this is simple majority? This is simple majority, okay. So, let's count it off here. One. Oh, I suppose, Star Child, I suppose you're two. Two, thank you. 7, 8. 17, 18, okay, 19, 21, 22, is this 23, 24 up here? Okay, I'm seeing 24, all right. Those opposed to striking Benjamin Ware's name from the list, please rise. All right, let's count this off. Over here on this side. One. And now sit down after you do your count. 1, 2, and 3 is Sean. 12, 14, and then here in the front, Raquel. Right, Rachel. 17. 23, 24. Okay, 27. 27 in the back. 30. Okay, so at 24 to 30, it would appear that the nays have it, Benjamin Weir stays on the list. Okay. All right, so now we move to the main motion. We move to Aaron Starr's main motion, which is to then approve this list. Point of information.
I think that's what it is. Send her calendar, Contra Costa County.
Thank you.
Does the executive committee have the ability to receive information about an individual on the list, and if they find enough evidence, suspend their membership and let the judicial committee?
I do not believe they do, but I
Okay.
believe the delegation itself does at convention.
So when we all get there, if he shows up and the delegation can
You
vote?
can't delete them. You can't vote somebody out at convention. No? Okay, all right. Then if he's in, like it
Well,
or
I
not.
know we can seat people.
But it appears we can't remove them.
If it's a violation of the pledge, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I've got a point of something. If the ex-com decided to somehow, decide to remove his membership, to basically, terminate his membership as a central committee member, then he would no longer qualify to be seated. However, that could be done, and it's very extreme, but you have to still meet the qualifications when you get there. You can't have been a terminated central committee member and still be a delegate.
Okay.
And I'm not suggesting we should do that, I'm just saying.
Right, we're just answering the question. Sure, okay.
I had a point of information.
Okay.
I spoke with Ben Weir, and he really wanted to sit with California. He wanted to be here this weekend. And I know people were concerned about NH stuff, so that kind of tells you where he's at on that. He wants to be associated with us. So I just want to share that.
Okay, thank you. All right. So if there's no further points of information here, we'll move ahead to a vote on the main motion. We have a point, we have a point of information or something, a point of something. That appears to be where we're at.
Point of information.
Okay.
Let's not be hypocritical. The vile speech is the kind of speech that you most want to protect in enforcement of freedom of speech.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so we're moving ahead to the vote. So we are looking to approve this thing, I think. Is it simple majority? I think, yeah.
We're moving to have a voice vote. If we prove that, then we actually have the voice vote.
I think it's the whole thing. That's why we did this whole amendment deal. So now that the list is, now that we've solidified the list, we're gonna vote on the list. This is it, we're having the voice vote on the list. So, and this is simple majority vote. Simple majority vote. Okay, so all those in favor of approving this list of delegates, please rise. Oh, it is a voice vote, but I had everybody rise. Thank you. Thank you all for standing one last time. I appreciate that. Those opposed to approving this list, please rise. Oh, all right, let's just voice vote it. All those in favor of approving this list, say aye. Aye. Those opposed to approving this list, say nay. Wow, okay. All right, this list is approved. Our delegate list is approved and done. Well, not done. This list is approved. All right. Okay, woo. Congratulations to us all for making it through that. All right. That brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is the election of the Libertarian National Committee Region 4 representative and the Region 4 alternate. Now, I have a question that sadly will probably open us to another round of points of something. I can't find a process in the bylaws by which we elect these people. So, how do we elect these people? And what, I'm sorry? Well, no, I mean, we don't have, unless it's, we don't have any rules for nominating, we don't have any rules for speeches, we don't. Right, right. I mean, so there's a process for officers, there's a process for at-larges, there's a process for all that. I can't find a process to elect these offices.
I'm going to ask that either we get put at ease or take a short recess while we look into this.
Let's take a short recess while we figure out a process here. Those of you who feel like you absolutely know what this process should be, this is your moment to shine. Let's take 10 minutes. Let's reconvene at 3 o'clock, please.
Thank you for saying 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Set your alarm. Right, and so my question is, how do we do it? How should we run this? As for an officer, I think that's reasonable. Sure.
I'm at the right. I'm at the right. That's exactly what I was going to say. Why are you recess? How, did he say for how long?
I mean, we're going to have to.
It sounded recess.
It might be a good idea to create that.
Are we in recess?
We are until
For
3
how
o'clock.
long?
Until 3 o'clock. We are in a recess till 3 o'clock while we figured out this whole election thing.
All right.
And so was the size of the portion.
My clock shows 2:57. We'll come back to order in 3 minutes, please. Back to order in 3 minutes. Hello. Okay, it is 3:02. Let us come back to order. We're just a shade late, so let us come back to order. Everybody please find your seats. Everybody please find your seats. Let us return to order, please. Let us return to order, please. Everyone please find your seats. All right, welcome back, everyone. All right, I think we might have a working process here, maybe. Joe Dean.
Joe Dean, Santa Clara County. I move that we conduct the election of National Committee representative and separately for National Committee alternate according in the same manner as we would normally use for electing party officers as specified in Rule 10.
All right. Standing second? Standing second? This motion will require a standing second. We have a standing second for Mr. Joe Dean's motion. We need this would be suspend the rules to do this? Is that what we're doing? We're suspending the rules to create some rules? All right. Yeah, this isn't really a suspension. This is a straight up motion. Yeah, okay. All right, so we need a standing second for the straight up motion to do what Joe Dean just said. We need 8 people. We do, we have it. Yeah. So, okay. All right. So, we have a second for that. Would anyone like to speak to this? This feels pretty straightforward. Would anyone like to speak to this motion?
All right, so my question is, since Rule 10 requires we use IRV, and the bylaws require that we rank the alternates by votes received, are we going to rank the alternates by the final round of sorting, or the first round of voting, or how does the ranking occur?
We are only electing 1 representative and 1 alternate. So there are no seats to rank. Am I misunderstanding your question?
Okay, all right, if it's just 1, well, I mean, if we were to,
yeah. So I don't know that we're really ranking anything since we're only electing 1 vote.
Okay.
Instant runoff would mean that the tie
Okay,
goes
if
to the second round and so
all
forth.
right.
Specifically said separate.
Right.
Yeah, they are separate.
That the bylaw provision is in there allowing for multiple alternates because when we were part of a region that had more spots, we could have multiple.
Okay. Aaron Starr.
I'm just looking at bylaw 19, section 3, and I want to make sure we're all understanding it, this meeting. It says delegates to each party convention that immediately precedes a national convention in an election which is separate from that of the representatives shall elect 2 alternates. Alternates shall be ranked by the number of votes received, provided that no alternate shall be ranked who does not receive a majority of the votes cast. So it seems to me that we can go ahead with the officer approach for at least the representative. We may have to come back and revisit how we handle it for the alternates.
So a few years ago, apparently we didn't fix it properly. It used to say 2 representatives and 2 alternates because we used to have 2 representatives and 2 alternates. At that time, we changed it to just say representatives and alternates if there were plural, but it didn't give a number. But we didn't apparently do both parts of the bylaw. So we still say 2 alternates. I think that what we would end up having to do, because we're not allowed to have 2 alternates, we can only have 1 per LNC, because we're one region with, we're a region with 1 and 1. I think we may need to do a bylaw amendment from the floor.
No. The very next section, section 4 of the bylaw says that if there are less representatives allowed in the future, that the XCOM can then reduce us from 2 to 1, or we can just only elect 1 right now because we all know what the fuck we're doing.
All right.
Read that?
That's not this current scenario. It's like,
All right.
we're entitled to 2 and we're reduced to 1.
Okay, we have a question. Cam McElroy.
My question is whether this motion also applies to the nomination and speech process, or if that's something.
I should think that it would, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so can somebody tell me what that is? Is that 4 minutes?
That would mean a nomination speech and a seconding speech at 5 minutes total, and then a candidate gets 10.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. You don't have to take the whole time. Good heavens, don't take the whole time. All right.
Kat McAvoy, Fresno, I'd like to
Yes.
propose an amendment to the amendment. I apologize.
Do you have an amendment running? Or we're on a motion here?
Amendment to the motion, excuse me.
Oh, okay, what is your amendment?
My amendment would be to, if there's extra time in the candidate speech, to open it to Q&A from the delegates.
Well, that's interesting. Okay. Uh,
I will,
Good.
okay, let's say it's 5 minutes for nominating speech, and then 10 was the,
for the candidate.
for
yeah.
the candidate. Okay, let me reword this well. My amendment is 5 minutes for the candidate speech, 5 minutes for Q&A from the delegates.
Okay, this is an amendment, so we're going to want a standing second for this. So those are willing to second that amendment, will need to just stand? Oh, just any old second will do. Okay, but we're going to want 2/3? Simple amendment? Really? This is a simple majority? Okay. Man, we haven't had very many of these today. Okay, all right. So that being the case, so with the motion, the amendment on the floor then is to allow 5 minutes of nominating speech and then 5 minutes of candidate speech with 5 minutes of Q&A. I'm hearing that. Okay. So those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, that feels like the ayes have it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and call that amendment passed. So those will be the rules. We'll do 5-minute nom, 5-minute candidate, 5-minute Q&A. All right, so now we need to go to the final vote on the motion to actually do this. This is Joe Dean's motion on the floor, and this will be 2/3. So let's, those in favor of using these rules to elect these two offices, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. All right, so let's move ahead then. So we will open nominations for the Libertarian National Committee Region 4 representative. So who's at the microphone? Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff Hewitt from Riverside County. I nominate Mimi Robson.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do we have further nominations?
Hi,
Hello, Mary Rose.
Meryl Singlehart from Sacramento County. I'm here to nominate my mom, Barbara Englehart.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Further nominations? All right, we'll go ahead and call nominations closed. Oh, is somebody coming? No. Oh, all right. If there is no objection, we'll close nominations. All right, we'll close nominations. So let's go ahead and move to speechifying. Jeff, you nominated Mimi. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I can't do anything in 5 minutes.
Do what you can.
First of all, I've been in this position, I think it was in it for 5 years. All the things that I was terrible at, Mimi is very, very good at. As a matter of fact, I've only won one argument with Mimi in my entire life, and then I woke up and I realized that was a dream. So I've never actually won any argument with Mimi. But while I was on the LNC, it was really cool having one of my colleagues, Alicia, was there every meeting. And Alicia, as you know, is a very, very good parliamentarian. And sometimes that LNC needs to watch their P's and Q's. Mimi fits into that category too. So with that, I'm not going to go on. I'm going to give some of the time to my fellow nominator, and Ovens will finish this out.
Oh, okay.
Hi, guys. So I wanted to speak specifically to Mimi's resume here in California is vast, and we all know it. She's a former chair, a former secretary, stepped up as treasurer last year, sitting numerous committees, running for office as a libertarian. But I want to speak to her work nationally. Mimi is deeply involved on the national level, which I think is essential for this position. Mimi has been attending the majority of the LNC meetings since before she became our regional alternate last year. She became our LNC alt half a year ago, and she has attended at least 4 meetings on behalf of our regional rep who has been unable to attend. She's kept up with national matters and LNC communications and has done an incredible job of informing both our executive committee and interested members of LP California of matters happening nationally to collect feedback and information, keeping California better connected and influential on the national stage. She's also on the Credentials and Awards Committee nationally. I have full confidence in Mimi's ability to travel to in-person and attend all online LNC meetings, to keep up with national matters, to keep California leadership and membership informed, to take in feedback, and to fully represent our interests on the national committee. Here's Mimi.
All right, thank you. Mimi Robson, 5 minutes, please. Oh, and
I
then
won't
5
take,
minutes.
yeah, I'm not going to take the whole 5 minutes.
Okay.
I won't take very much time at all. So I have been the alt for about, 6 months. I forget exactly when, but I've traveled to Dallas for the in-person meeting. I've been involved. I've been put on committees. I've been involved with national, even though I've never been on the LNC for years. I've gone to many meetings in person. Even before I was the rep, I was keeping the executive committee basically aware of what was going on with the LNC so that they could make informed decisions on how to tell their rep to vote. And I strongly believe that in a state like California, where we're our own region, it's really up to the representative to not vote the way they want to, but vote the way the executive committee and the and the actual membership wants, because you're not there as just a voting member at large. You're there to represent your region, and in this case, that's this state. And I strongly believe that, and I believed that when I was chair, and we would direct our reps via motions and things from the executive committee so that it wasn't just one person, be it the chair or be it the rep, that was making the decisions. It was the representatives of the membership. So I plan, if elected, to do that, and I plan to continue doing what I'm doing, and I'll still be following everything regardless of how this goes. But I would like to continue with it until the end of, going forward until convention and beyond, because I think it's important. And I'm on the National Credentials Committee, so that's one of the things I'm doing. But that's all I really have to say. I think that most of you know me and you know my resume, so I don't think I need to say much more on that. Thank you.
All right. Well, all right. At this point, we enter a 5-minute Q&A period. If there's a question for Mimi, you can come on over to this mic, I suppose. Have a question? People coming up? Okay. This would be questions for Mimi specifically to her candidacy. Please.
John Dew, Chair, Los Angeles County. So earlier today, I was told by two people of this delegation that are kind of high standing that I am an embarrassment and a traitor and don't deserve chair of Los Angeles County. I was just curious how you'd be able to represent someone like me. And even though, me being so poor, but having possibly opposing views to certain people here, how would you be able to represent me?
I would. Okay, first of all, I know you very well. You're the chair of Los Angeles County. I am currently the vice chair of Los Angeles County. We work very well together. I know that this is a trick question of some sort, but I am there to represent all of the Central Committee members. I have no intention of not representing anybody. And like I said earlier, which I don't think would happen, but if a certain life member, if you really want to keep that person off the delegation, it would take the nuclear option, which I don't think would ever happen. But without the nuclear option, I'm here to represent all members.
Okay. Thank
Is that
you.
fair enough?
That's fair, as long as we can talk to you.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah, no, you can't talk to me suddenly, even though we were on a
No,
board
that's
together.
a joke.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
exactly.
Jose.
Jose Castañeda, Los Angeles County. I have a question, Mimi, and maybe this is a softball, but this has been an issue the last couple of years, and you will have to deal with it, I'm sure. And that is whether 50-state ballot access for our presidential candidate, whether it should be a core value of the party, or it doesn't matter if we only make it on the ballot in 47 states. We don't have to achieve what we achieved in 1980 which is ballot access in all 50 states, Washington DC, and the U.S. territory of Guam. So what's your thought on that?
Well, it may sound like I'm wimping out, but I'm going to give two answers. The first answer is I think it is exceedingly important that we have 50-state ballot access. The second answer is, as an LNC representative of Region 4, if it's a matter of spending money for said ballot access, and if the majority of the people in the state or on the executive committee were to say, we would rather prioritize the money differently, it would be my obligation to this delegation and to the membership to do it the way that the membership wants it. So as much as I think that 50-state ballot access is exceedingly important, I would cede to the opinion of the delegates, well, not the membership, but you guys, to make the best decision on who's going to represent you the best.
I suspect we have time for like one more. So over here, please. Maybe two.
This is not a softball, so my apologies. In August of last year, 2025, there was an attempt by a group to remove the popular chair of LP Hawaii. It was a bunch of out-of-staters. Ultimately, the vote was closed, and in-state, in-person Hawaiians re-elected their chair almost unanimously. My question is, did you participate with the out-of-state group to attempt to remove the LP Hawaii chair?
Well, you know, that's an interesting question because you and I actually talked about that beforehand. And I actually saw online that they were having people, I thought it was to close the loophole, and we talked about this, to close the loophole to not allow out-of-state people to be on their delegation to the national convention. I didn't go in there with any intentions whatsoever to do anything other than that. I know other people did, and I know that the appearance may have been there. We never got there because all delegates that weren't in Hawaii weren't able to vote. But I had planned, and I told you, my main concern was that they have out-of-state delegates, and I don't think that states should allow that. I think, especially in Hawaii, they have so few delegates. I believe last year they had nobody that was actually from Hawaii that was at the convention. That's not true? Okay. I don't recall, but I mean, you and I did talk about that. You can decide that I was going to vote one way or another or not, but I actually at that time had a texting relationship with Austin Martin. Since then, I think he doesn't like me anymore, but you know, we had actually texted. He texted me a thing to play at the last convention that was a song about our former chair.
We're at time. Thank you. All right. Unfortunately, that's time. That's our 5 minutes.
Can I ask to extend time?
You can. So is there a motion to extend time? So extend time for just your question. Standing second? Standing second. When you're standing second to extend time. A 2/3 vote to adopt. It doesn't need a second?
This is the second time this happens to me.
Okay, well, there's lots of people who are into this. Okay, so when you 2/3 vote to adopt this, all in favor of extending time for one more question, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That feels like the ayes have it. Okay, so one more question, please, quickly.
Okay, Mimi, I have this question for you. It's kind of for anybody that would be wanting to be on the LNC. I happened to listen into a meeting not that long ago when I applied for a committee and was listening to the treasurer report. And the financial situation sounds absolutely dire and terrible. And when they were like, we need to make some cuts, Stephen Nikela, he said something along the lines of, we kind of trimmed the fat everywhere. The only thing left is Sacred Cow A and Sacred Cow B. Everybody got silent for a second and then they moved on. Now, I know everybody loves to talk about fundraising, but I'm just wondering, what is your approach to deal with this? Because it seems to me like there needs to be cuts.
I was at that meeting. You're talking about the in-person meeting in Dallas, correct? So during that, we made major cuts to the budget, and we approved all of the cuts, unfortunately, including ballot access and other things. I don't recall what the sacred cows are. Do you? We actually did reduce the ballot access money, and we decided to do that on a case by case. Currently with staff, we're at like really bare minimums. We have to have some staff to keep the lights on. So that was the problem. We cut a lot, and in the end, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we cut a lot. But my approach, so that, one of the things that did get talked about that day was that he wanted to do this training with C. Michael Pickens. I don't know if you recall that. And it was only approved if we could raise the $10,000. We raised the $10,000 at the fundraiser that night. So we were able to get that entire $10,000. I think fundraising is really important. That's one of the things I was saying about the California party, is we need to have these in-person meetings that we have fundraisers at, and I think that that's what the LNC does do. They have several fundraisers when they have the in-person meetings, but as an LNC representative, I plan to do what every LNC representative is asked to do, which is to call donors and to call members and to try to get people to give money. And for California, I've made thousands of calls in my years here, and I would be willing to do the same for national.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's go to nominating speech for Barbara Engelhardt. Mary Rose, please. Everyone loves you, Mary Rose. You got this.
I'm here to introduce my mom, Barbara Engelhardt, who is running for Region 4 rep. My mom is kind, caring, clever, and funny. She will make a very good region rep for California because she is conscientious, committed, and trustworthy. She just wants to do a good job for the Libertarian Party and help bring people together. Without further ado, here is my mom.
Thank you. Barbara, please. Mary Rose, you did great.
Thank you, Mary Rose. That was a lovely introduction. I actually asked Chris Rufer to introduce me. Chris Rufer and I have been very good friends for longer than a lot of people, well, not a lot, actually, as I look around. Some of you have been alive. And he was very much willing to do it. Unfortunately, though, he did not choose to come here this weekend. So I'm very glad that instead I had Mary Rose to do that for me. Does anybody here know what my doctorate is in? You do? Well, how about that? No. There's only 2 people in this room who might know what my doctorate is in, and I'm sure that both of them have forgotten. Yeah, look at that. My doctorate is in transformative studies. So what my doctorate program was really about, it was a group of successful professionals that each one of them came into the doctoral program with some sort of innovative idea about how to transform some facet of their particular profession. And they wanted to do doctoral research and then presented their ideas. It was just the most incredible thing. And that's what my PhD is in. And that's what I want to do as the Region 4 rep. I want to come in and I want to transform the culture, or at least, maybe that sounds very ambitious, and maybe it is, but that would be my intent, to transform the culture. Because right now we're hemorrhaging with this divisiveness, with this polarization, and I think my doctorate and also my professional skills can come into play to change that. And that's my entire intention in running. I have experience. Everybody has the little cheat sheet. I've chaired a convention. I've served as a county chair. I planned a statewide libertarian convention. In fact, I think Mary was there and Joe was there a long, long time ago. I planned that convention with a group of other people. I've done the state fair. I ran a successful supper club for off and on a quarter of a century, actually the 2nd largest supper club in California other than Orange County. I've been a candidate for state senate. I think everyone has read this, so I don't know. Oh, something very interesting. I actually introduced Alicia Clark on national TV when Ed Clark was running for president, because I was the chair of the campus libertarians at the time. So I do have experience, and again, though, my focus is not to reinvent the wheel. My focus is to bring in what I would call a meta-modern approach. Anybody who's into philosophy, you know, modernism and then we went into postmodernism, and now we're in metamodernism. And what metamodernism is, it's mostly Gen Z fueled. It's being realistic about the past. It's considering the way things have been done. It's looking at problems and challenges and mistakes, but then it's going forward with a conciliatory and optimistic attitude, bringing people together. And that's really my focus. That's the whole reason that I'm doing this. Not that I don't have a lot of other things to do, as most of you know. I really, really do. But that's my intention. So I want to see people converge instead of diverge. I want to see people cross barriers. And speaking of which, I think this would be okay to say, I recently came back from Hawaii. I sought out said controversial chair. I spent an afternoon with him walking around the University of Hawaii campus, listened to him, got to know him. He has a lot of great ideas. He's very bright. He admits that he's provocative, but you see, that's the way I think we want to go forward, is to bridge the gaps, connect with each other, not use the art of war as a template, but go forward with an idea of coming together for the cause of liberty in our times and for our kids' futures. So that's why I'm running. So I hope you vote for me. Thank you.
All right, well, stay right there, Barbara. All right, this brings us to a 5-minute Q&A period for Barbara. So we'll have whoever makes it to the mic first gets to start. The race is on. All right, Aaron Starr.
Barbara, I really like what you have to say. I think you do a good job. My question for you is, could you also do that as the alternate?
That's a wonderful question. And I know that most of you are my friends here, perhaps all of you. And there was a lot of questions about why did I want to run for rep instead of alternate? Well, for one reason is I think I do bring something different to the table. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't everyone agree? And that's one reason. The other reason is I'd kind of like a vote. The other reason is Mimi is never going to miss a meeting. I guarantee you. She'd have to be 3/4 dead. So if I'm the alternate, I'm going to be a figurehead. Yes, I'll still be able to do some of that, but not nearly as much. Thank you.
All
Any
right,
other
thank
questions?
you. This microphone over here.
Jose Castañeda, Los Angeles County, and this references to another question that was asked earlier, and that is that the National Party, which I am now a member, but the National Party is broke. It's insolvent. So what's your thoughts on how we can fix that issue?
Okay, well, I might have a kind of a unique answer to that. What I would do, I would approach that the way I've approached almost everything over the years. I will call Chris Roofer. I will call Chris Roofer, he will answer the phone, and I will ask him for whatever it is we need, and probably 90% chance he'll come through. He never hasn't done that. Last year, we didn't have any place to have a convention. Nobody knew what to do. We were at odds. It looked like we weren't going to have a convention. So I called Chris Roofer. I said, Chris, will you bankroll our convention? He said yes. Chris happens to be the biggest donor, both nationally and statewide, for this party. And he's willing to give money. He's willing to give money. But you have to make a case for it. He has to trust you. If he was willing to introduce me, if he was willing to nominate me, I would say that means he trusts me. So that would be one thing that I would do, probably the first thing that I would do. And he's very, very willing to respond. He actually feels, if he was up here talking, in fact, at the convention last year that I chaired, he got up and said some of the same things that I've said. He wants to see us get beyond this divisiveness, get beyond this polarization, and move into a new era. And we really do need to do that. If it's not now, I don't really know what our future is going to look like. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you. Question? We have a question coming to the mic.
Barbara, do you see that there has been a problem in this party the last few years with people coming into our party from the right, trying to cozy up to Donald Trump, trying to make this into more of a conservative organization, dumping various parts of our platform, et cetera? And given your commitment to bringing people together, is that going to stop you from recognizing that problem if you're more leaning conservative yourself?
Another great question. I'm not thinking conservative or liberal, I'm thinking libertarian. They're basic tenets of this movement, and we can all agree on that. That is a great question. That is a great question, because again, that is one of the reasons why I'm running. I don't want us to think that way anymore. I don't want us to think about who's on the left, who's on the right. We shouldn't be thinking that way. We should be thinking we are all libertarians, we all bring something to the table. That's a great question, because it really gets to the heart of why I'm standing here.
Okay. All right. Well, looks like we probably have time for one more question. Coming to the mic here.
Fina Benoin, San Diego County, former candidate. And my question to you, and I guess I probably should have asked this from Mimi as well, but I'm a former candidate, libertarian candidate, and I want to know what you're going to do for libertarian candidates, considering our last LNC board didn't really, the last representative from California that was here, that was the chair that you guys had, did not even know who I was. And I was the U.S. Senate candidate from Florida and from Hawaii that you guys keep talking about. But what are you talking about? You're talking about the board. What about the candidates? What are you going to do for the candidates to get an actual libertarian elected?
You know, I don't know that I'll have that kind of power to single-handedly manage the problem of libertarian candidacy. I'm going to be honest with you. But of course that's important, and this is one thing that I, think was really well handled by both, I say both, and that's not accurate, by the candidates for LNC chair. The ones that debated the other night, they're concerned about this. This is a central issue. So for whatever it's worth, to whatever degree that I can, I will be supportive of candidates.
We're at time.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay. Alrighty, so we did that. Okay, all right, so we've done nominating speeches, we've done candidate speeches. Let's move to a vote. We have two, so we're gonna need to ballot this thing. So, are my ballot collectors still somewhere in the room? Can I count on you this one last time to charge with us into the breach once more, my friends, and distribute voting cards? We do still have alternates to do. I guess we'll have to charge twice more into the breach. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so cards are gonna come around. We are electing a single representative here on this ballot, so please write one name on your ballot. Once again, you are capable of writing NOTA. Yeah, let's put both names up on the screen. Can we get both names up there? Barbara, are we spelling your name right? That's a good question, too. Are we spelling your name right there? Okay, all right. All right, back in the back. We need ballots in the back. Okay, hold on. Vote collector, stop. Sorry. I have missaid what we were doing here. I apologize. Officer elections are held using IRV. That means you can put 2 names on your card. So if you have already voted, let's get you another card. Well, I mean, if you've already voted and you've turned in your ballot, we have no idea which one is yours. Oh, yo. Oh, have we collected any ballots yet?
No, we're not, I'm still handing blank ones out, so.
Okay, how many have you got? You got quite a few. Okay. All right, let's give new ballots to the people who have turned their ballots in. And then, so let me have those. Let me go ahead and have those. These are not counting for anything. And then let's give the people who have already voted a new ballot so that everyone is aware of what the rules are here.
Point of information.
Yes.
I don't understand what the point of using ranked choice voting is when there's only 2 candidates. How does that make sense?
It's required by the bylaws. Yeah, because it is, while I admit that it may be a little bit redundant in this instance, that's what's in the bylaws. So, yeah.
But if you rank NOTA, aren't you invalidating
This
your...
is the process that we decided to use as a body, so this is the process that we are using as a body. If you put NOTA, that is your only vote. But you are allowed to rank these 2 choices in order, first choice, second choice. That's the big one. Rank the candidates in order, first choice, second choice. If you vote NOTA, that's your vote. You do not have to vote twice. You can just put 1 name on, that's your first choice. The collectors are collecting. If you have a ballot to turn in, hold it up so a collector can get it. Thank you. We have guys in the back. Oh, you mean, hey, collectors, we need to have, okay. Yep. Grab the vice chancellor. We didn't expect you to run. That's dedication. Any other ballots to turn in? Any other ballots to turn in? All right, we'll go ahead and deal with the count then. If you are a day tripper, you're looking to go home tonight or drive home tonight, and you are in the parking lot, see Mimi Robson before you leave for a parking sticker. I understand she has parking validation stickers of some sort. If you're local here to San Diego or nearby and you've just driven in for the day, we have a special parking rate. See Mimi Robson before the end of convention, or right at the end of convention as we adjourn, and she should be able to get you a parking sticker. All right. The count is in. Here we are. So, there were 64 ballots cast, which makes a majority 33. The winner with 34 votes and the new Region 4 representative is Mimi Robson. For reference, Barbara Engelhardt got 30 votes, and Nodeg got 0. Everybody was into it. Okay. All right, so that being the case, let's open nominations for Libertarian National Committee Region 4 alternate. So those nominations happen from the floor. Are there any nominations for an alternate?
Somebody taller than me was here before. Okay, I would like to nominate for LNC Region 4 alternate Barbara Engelhardt.
All right. Other nominations? Other nominations for Region 4 alternate? It appears there are none. Are you our credential report, or are you nominating? No, okay.
I'd like to make it a race and nominate myself.
All right.
And I'd like to know if Barbara accepted that.
Oh, Barbara, you accept your nomination? Yes, okay. And since Wes nominated himself, I presume that means you accept your nomination. All right. That's true, he's a libertarian. He might not accept his own nomination, having nominated himself. All right. All right, any further nominations? All right, we'll call nominations closed. So then that brings us to nominating speeches and candidate speeches. Shall we handle this the same way that we handled the last one? Is there any objection to us doing that? Yeah, with the nominating speech, candidate speech, question time. Is there any objection to us
I'm
doing
going to say that, I mean, unless she really wants to take more questions, Barbara's already, oh, no, but Wes hasn't. Never mind, never mind.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so I'm not hearing any real objections, so let's move forward. So, Barbara, Mimi, you nominated Barbara, so you get 5 minutes.
Well, I won't take the whole 5 minutes because I think that we all know that Barbara can bring a lot to this. And by the way, I very much, when I heard that she was going to want to be alternate before she was running for rep, I told her that, I thought that would be great working with her. So I'd like to give the time to her. And do you want the time?
Very well. Okay. All right.
Well, you weren't here, so I wasn't sure if I should just vamp, But yeah.
Admittedly, we cannot yield the time per these rules, but you can take 5 more minutes, Barbara. Go ahead.
I don't need 5 minutes, so I think I've said my piece. I bring something particular to the table. I think that I can be effective. I will do my best to be effective to do just that. Don't know what else to say. I appreciate all of you. I do.
All right, well, hold up right there for a second. Stay right there. We enter a 5-minute Q&A period here if anyone has further questions for Barbara. We have a question about Barbara's hair. I'm not sure if that's entirely in order, but we do have 5 minutes.
I'm a nonconformist.
Hey, sounds libertarian to me. Is this a question? We have a question.
I don't know if you've done the research on this, but as you indicated, you might not be getting a lot of time at the meetings because we know that Mimi will also be very diligent in attending and voting. But there are positions on that are reserved for LNC members that I believe alts are eligible for. So is there any particular position you're aware of where you think you could do a good job, contribute in that role?
That's a great question. I had already contacted Paul Dar a month or so ago to ask him what the different committees were to make a mindful decision. And I will volunteer for whatever I think I would be most effective at. I'm going to look it over and make a very studied decision. Thank you. Any other?
All right, any other questions? A question over here.
Jose Castañeda from Los Angeles County. The last two presidential nominating conventions, the first day, which was on a Friday of the convention, was spent arguing or deciding who could be a delegate or which delegation could attend. So the whole day was spent doing that. I'm sure you agree we could find a way to improve that. So what are your thoughts on how to improve it so our next presidential nominating convention, we don't spend all of Friday arguing over who can be seated as a delegate?
That's out of my purview as an alternate. That's out of my purview. That's up to the chair. That's not something that I think I would have any impact over. But I appreciate what you're saying.
Jeff Hewitt, Riverside County. Barbara, here's a real softball question. When I was when I was Region 4 rep, something came up and it was a really, really difficult, one of the most controversial votes that I was going to have to make. And instead of going to that meeting, I sent my backup instead, Tim Ferreira. And and he went ahead and made that very difficult vote, and it ruined his political career for the rest of his life. Are you willing to do that for Mimi?
I don't have a political career.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's what we need. Neither did he, so thank you. No.
All right, looks like Star Side, you have a question. We have time. Go ahead.
Speaking of difficult votes, if you had been on the LNC when the corruption of the past chair, Angela McArdle, was discovered, that she was violating LNC policy and secretly funneling money to her partner, if she hadn't resigned at that point, would you have voted to remove her from the board if there was a vote on that?
I don't have enough information to answer that. I think that if somebody does something that is against the rules or is illegal, that they should have consequences, and that's all I think I can say about that. I don't know. I'm not privy to all the details of that. I know what everyone said, and everyone certainly had an opinion, but I don't think that there was anything definitive enough for me to speak to. But again, if someone violates the rules, there are consequences. We all know that. My opinion is irrelevant at this point. I think I just gave...
This is a conversation. We've had a question asked and answered.
I think I gave my opinion.
All right, we have time for another question. Is there another question? All right, we'll go ahead and close questions. Thank you, Barbara. Okay, Wes Martin, please. I guess you are technically the nominator and the candidate. So you successfully used a rules loophole.
Didn't even try to. Look at
It's
that.
amazing. Libertarians, instinctual.
So I am really, really interested in the financial shenanigans that have been going on in the LNC over the last 6 to 8 months. In my 30 years in business, I have founded, ran, and sold 8 companies here in California. And I want to take that business acumen and that analytical breath that I have inside me and really attack the financial standards of the current LNC. I want to dig into the books. I want to take a look at where these people are actually spending money, where money can be saved, what we can do to increase the financial stability. I am also currently the LNC platform alternate as well. And I feel that there's a strong position for alternates to be able, they might not have a vote, but they are able to get their opinions out there and may be able to sway some of the voters that are on the board. And I do feel that in my position as alternate, I won't be silent. I will put libertarian values first. Libertarian values first. Financial stability, strong financial, backsetting, and a hope to increase our overall membership. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, questions for Wes. We have 5 minutes. Question coming.
Wes, raise this up a little bit again. Same question for you. I just asked Barbara if you had been on the Libertarian National Committee at the time that the information came to light about former Chair Angela McArdle, her corruption and funneling money to her partner secretly against the policy of the LNC. If that had come to a vote rather than her resigning, would you have voted to remove her or not?
Yes.
There we are. Further questions for Wes?
Jose Castañeda, Los Angeles County, and I have a question, and it has to do with let me see, the national, I forgot what it was, so I guess I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, Jose.
I appreciate your honesty, Jose.
What county are you, some have asked, what county are you from?
Humboldt County.
That's very north. Humboldt is,
Humboldt.
Yes, that is north, yeah.
Okay.
It's a 16-hour drive for me to come down to this meeting today. Well, we do have an airport in ACV, but unfortunately, the connector flight just to go from Arcata down to SFO so I can go out places is like $700. So it's actually cheaper gas-wise to drive down here than it would be for me to fly. But I am flying to Grand Rapids. I've already booked my plane.
Alrighty.
Excuse
I
me.
love California.
I remember the question now. At our last presidential nominating convention, we had candidates of other political parties or independents heavily involved in our convention running for president. What's your thought on that? Should they be prohibited from attending our conventions, or is that okay?
Okay, I'll speak to that in sort of a personal way. In Humboldt County, lately, we have had a lot of non-libertarian speakers come to our local meetings to speak to us. And where I do like to hear the viewpoints of other party members, I do believe it is really important for us as libertarians to give the most time and the most attention to our own candidates, not, forgive the term, Republican lights.
Thank you. I agree.
Okay. All right, any further questions for Wes? We have time for a couple more. All right, well, thank you very much, Wes.
Thank you.
All right, so let's ballot. All right, now for real, once more into the breach, my vote dealers and takers and counters, if you would please come forward for your final act of heroism here at this convention. We salute you for your efforts. Let's have a hand for the people who are running the votes, please, while they're doing this. All right, let's go ahead and get these distributed. Once again, we're using ranked choice voting, which means that you can put the candidates in the order of your preference. There are two names. Put your first choice at the top, put your second choice underneath. You can vote for NOTA at some point, and it does not invalidate your vote. It just is in the round there if we end up having a tie. Though, as there are only two candidates, that is highly unlikely. So I think that summarizes the rules for that. I mean, it could happen, but yeah, that's the. Seems like I saw something on Signal about her passing it on to you, but she's having surgery or whatever. Or is this a different thing? No, it is. Okay. Oh, okay. I just did it. I'm sure I someone's trying to read while we're in Eagle County? Is that a good deal? All right. I mean, yeah. Okay. All right. While we are waiting for votes to come back, let's go ahead and just take care of a couple of other things while we're here. Yes. Yes. Once again, everybody, please rank your choices on your thing. Write a name for first and a name for second, and then be sure and turn it in to the vote carriers. So as you write your ballot out, please wave it in the air. The vote collectors will come around and get it. The vote collectors. It's like a bad horror movie. All right. So while we're here, I want to take a quick straw poll of the room. This is I've been informed there is currently a question in front of the LNC right now. This is national. You may know that our national convention is this May in Grand Rapids. Because our convention is coming up like this, they are trying to look ahead and set a spot for the 2028 convention. So they're going to be moving the 2028 convention to somewhere else. Right now, the competing bids are operating from El Paso and Richmond. El Paso, Texas, and Richmond, Virginia. Those are the two choices currently sitting in front of the LNC. So, by way of completely unofficial straw poll, etc., who would prefer to go to Richmond over El Paso? Go ahead and raise your hand. Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, Virginia. That's East Coast. What time of year? Good question. It'll be in February, actually. So, yeah, it'll be in February of 2028. So, February 2028, those of you who want to go to Richmond, Virginia in February 2028. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, it looks like roughly 13, 14. Those of you who would rather go to El Paso, Texas in February 2028?
I would point of
Okay, I got you.
personal order, or
What?
personal information here. My uncle owns the El Paso Inc. newspaper. If we do El Paso, I can get us tons of free press.
I appreciate that. Okay. So we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm looking at like 9 or 10 is appears to be what I'm seeing. Okay. So what I'm seeing is 14 for Richmond, 10 for El Paso in our extremely unscientific straw poll division. See this thumb? All right. So
Can we do a last call for ballots? Anybody else
last
have
call
a
for
ballot?
ballots, please. Last call for ballots. If you still have a ballot, please hold it up so that a vote collector can come and get it. Okay, all right. All right, also, we have ballots to collect here. Ballot collectors. Sandra, or somebody. I think we have one more ballot here. June is madly, and in the back, please.
Oh, back
All right, we have a ballot over here, and some ballots in the back.
Point of personal privilege. I just
Yes.
want to thank you for providing these little party hats for us. It's very nice. They're over here next to the water.
Did it just for
Yeah,
you, man.
you just wanted
you bet. We got you. Okay. All right, but first though, I think we've got a deal here. Okay, while we are doing counting and stuff, Aaron Starr, some of you may remember from last convention, yeah? Aaron gave a big presentation about getting elected to the city council, talked about his performance with the city council. Those of you who were there may remember that some scamp in Oxnard has declared himself the #1 music video producer of Aaron Starr fan videos. And apparently, the Bard of Oxnard has produced a new magnum opus. And it has been forwarded to Aaron for his review. Aaron would like to play it for us here because this is fascinating. And it's a marvelous lesson in what you can do, right? You get known, you get elected, you get people, and you start to get fans who start to do cool stuff independently of you. So we're going to go ahead and plug it in here. We're going to go ahead and play it.
We do have a request.
We do have a request.
Because I could end up discussing strategy a little bit. I would want this live streamed. You can certainly record it for posterity. If we
Right.
need a records, but if we just turn off the live stream.
Right. So in this particular little bit, as this may involve some campaign strategy, we're going to pause the live stream. That you never know. Best to not have a recording than to have to mess with the recording. So
May I speak while he's sitting there?
sure, while we're plugging in here.
I just want to extend my deep gratitude to the credentials.
I am told and have it on good authority, you should not listen to Aaron Starr. All right.
People learn something.
People learn something. All right, our results are in for the alternate race. So there were 64 ballots cast, which gives us a majority count of 33 with 41 votes. The Region 4 alternate will be Barbara Engelhardt. Yes, it's back on. Okay. All right. Wesley Martin had 21 votes and Noda had 2. All right, so this brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is endorsement of candidates. And we just heard from Aaron. Okay, we're good? Okay, all right. Okay, so we're at endorsement of candidates is what comes next on our agenda. So we just kind of had Aaron Starr sort of segue us into that. That was kind of cool. So at this point, basic rules of the road here is somebody can stand up and request an endorsement. You get a nominator speech. You can theoretically have a second speech at 5 minutes total, and then the candidate in question gets 10 minutes, and then we'll take a majority vote on whether or not we should endorse that candidate or not. Everybody with me on that? All right, that being the case, we'll open the floor for nominations for endorsements of candidates and candidacies. Wow, we got nothing? Oh, over here, TJ.
TJ Ferrer, Los Angeles County. I would like to nominate Lars Mapstead for California 19.
California 19, Lars Mapstead for California 19, thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and just dispose of it. So if you'd like to speak to your nomination, you theoretically have 5 minutes, and then we'll give Lars some time. Or Lars is just on his way to the mic. Lars, 10 minutes, please.
No, I'm going to be short. One of the things that I think is really important is that when you show up to the voting in November or even at the primary, that there be tons and tons of libertarians listed on the ballot, because that is one of the best ways that we can promote libertarianism, I think. Just because people look at their ballot and they say, if they only see one, they can ignore it. But if they see 50, or if every single position has a libertarian running, they can't really ignore it, and then they say, well, what the hell is this libertarian stuff? I was surprised. I filed this week, and I immediately got local press. The TV covered me right away, and I was kind of surprised at that. But one of the things, a lot of people have said to me, Lars, when I was running for president, Lars, why don't you run for city council or mayor or something like that? And I said, well, I can't really get national attention running as a city councilman, and I want to bring our message to the national level. And so I ran, and the only reason I think the local news covered me this time was literally because I had run for president of the United States. And they literally said libertarian presidential candidate has filed to run against Jimmy Panetta in California 19. And so I think it's important to run and then run again and then run again, because the more times you run, the more credibility you get, the more people pay attention. Aaron just basically pointed out, is if you've done something and you've gotten your name out there, you become somebody in the eyes of the people, and you carry a little bit more weight. And so it's really not that hard to run for office. A lot of offices you can literally just fill out a form. Sometimes you don't even have to pay any money. And there's a lot of offices, local offices, that don't have any people running against you, and you can literally just win by putting your name on the ballot, and it's that easy. So I just encourage everyone to run for office as a libertarian. I think it's important. I'm going to be bringing my message of limited government, and I'm going to be basically running on the national platform as I did during my presidential campaign. I'm glad that we have a national platform. I can make an argument that we leave that up to the candidates, but I think it's just important to get our message out there to run. So that's why I'm running. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So the question before us then is, shall the Libertarian Party of California endorse the candidacy of Lars Mapstead for the California 19th Congressional District? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That carries. Lars Mapstead is endorsed for his race. Thank you, Lars Mapstead. This microphone over here.
I would like to, what's the word?
Request an endorsement for?
Request an endorsement for Gardner Osborne for Board of Equalization 4.
Board of Equalization 4? Okay, all right. All right, Gardner, where are you? There you are, 10 minutes, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Gardner Osborne, San Diego. I've been tell you a little bit about myself.
Okay, hold
and a
on,
little bit
Gardner,
about.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm informed that we did this a little bit backwards, so we need to be very quick. Do we need a standing second or just a second? Just a second, fair enough. Okay, so we are seconded. All right, never mind, we're good. Gardner, go ahead, 10 minutes.
All right. I'll tell you a little bit about myself and about the position and why I chose to run. I've been a life member since 2001, activist of the year, and I think in 2003. Very active for a while, had kids, and then kind of took a break, and have been active again now for the last about 4 years with San Diego's chair, treasurer, fixed a few problems, that sort of thing. But the reason I chose this position is because I think it's actually a really good one for libertarians. The Board of Equalization, which I've been surprised many people do not even know what that job does. So I'll tell you, in case you don't know, because hopefully we all know everything about politics. But what it does is it is the elected representative of the people with the taxing agencies of the state of California. So therefore, prior to 2017, they were the appeals officer and controller for equalizing property taxes among the counties, sales tax, liquor taxes, liquor licenses, television screen taxes, gas taxes, etc. And what the legislature did is they stripped away a lot of those powers and put them into a bureaucracy, the CDTFA, and then created a secondary bureaucracy called the OTA. If you wanted to appeal the CDTFA, you went to the OTA. Well, attorneys now have stated that approximately 97% of all those appeals are won by the CDTFA. Well, as a 25-year tax accountant, I kind of felt that it was a similar role to my experience and et cetera. And I've had a client who we had to take it all the way up to kind of like to the administrative judge level to get a $20,000 sales tax refund back out of these agencies. So they've become the bureaucracy that they are, not accountable. And again, the legislature stripped the powers away, which I feel should be put back under the Board of Equalization. So therefore, I ran. I've gathered my nominating signatures. I actually have done the ballot qualification already, which I think is something very important for candidates in that ballot statement, which I think you're all familiar, the statewide ballot one, picture, wording, contact info is going to go out to about 4 or 5 million people at a cost of $1,500. So for me in that office, I thought that was very reasonable to get that message out there. So therefore, that race is going to be split. There's the incumbent is term limited out. There's 6 other competitors. And so therefore, I'm hoping that a potential top 2 would be fairly limited in that if I could get over 20%, something like that, I'd have a reasonable chance there. And at least for the cost and the effort, the message would get out to quite a few people because the district includes San Diego County, Imperial County, Orange County, and Riverside County. So it's a very large and a tiny little slice of San Bernardino. But it's a very large district that I think libertarians really would represent well. We represent the people against those taxing agencies. And that's why I chose to run. Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the question before us is, shall the Libertarian Party of California endorse the candidacy of Gardner Osborne for California Board of Equalization, 4th District? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, that passes. We endorse the candidacy of Gardner Osborne. Any other endorsements of candidates to come before us?
Mark Hinkle, Santa Clara County, rise to have the LPC endorse Joe Dean for Correctional District 17. I think everybody knows Joe, but maybe not everybody knows he's been a full-time activist for decades. We need him. Let's vote for him.
All right. You said, and we have a second over here. Okay, so that was the 17th Congressional District, Joe?
Correct,
Correct.
17th
Go ahead.
Congressional District. Most of it is in Santa Clara County, a bit is in Alameda County. I'm running basically for the same reason that Laura's talked about. If we want people to take us seriously as an alternative to the Democrats and Republicans, which is what I believe the party was founded to be, we have to have candidates on the ballot. There's no way to ask people to vote Libertarian if there's no Libertarians on the ballot. As for what I stand for and why I think it's important for people to be running for Congress, I handed out a flyer. It lists about almost a dozen specific issues. Of course, those are not the only things I have positions on, but those are things that only the federal government can decide. Those are things that it takes somebody in Congress to represent the libertarian point of view. It's fine for people to be running for governor and things like that, but Congress, U.S. representative, is the only thing that's going to be on the ballot this year that has any connection with national or international affairs. So I want people to have that choice on the ballot.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so to the question, shall the Libertarian Party of California endorse the candidacy of Joe Dean for the California 17th Congressional District? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We are endorsing Joe Dean for the California 17th Congressional District. Go get him, Joe. Dean Caucus. All right. I think we have time. Yeah, we have time. We're still. Oh, do you have somebody to do? Okay. Oh, I think. Yeah. So go ahead and hop in line, and we'll get you in there, Joe. All right. In the meantime, here. Oh, it's on?
Thank you. Not on. Jesus. Okay, I'd like to nominate Joe Shea, 50th Congressional District, or get his endorsement.
Did you say Joe Shea?
Joe Shea, S-H-A.
S-H-E-A.
Oh,
For which?
50th. Which is all changed. I don't know where it is. Is he in the room? He's out campaigning, see?
Okay, all right. This is Joe Shea for the California 50th Congressional District.
50th Congressional, yeah.
Okay, well, you can speak to that for 5 minutes. If
Well, I've known him for 100 years, so both senior citizens. Pardon me? Botox, whatever. We're both kind of the same age, so we're ancient. And he's been around since I'd been around and kind of took a vacation. When I took a vacation, he's very principled, very determined. So take my word on it. I wish he were here, but go with Joe.
Go Joe. Okay. So the question on the floor is that shall we endorse Joe Shea for the California 50th Congressional District seat? Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right, we will endorse Joe Shea for the California 50th Congressional District. All right. More endorsements? Anybody? Anybody? Oh, Jose was working on it. Here comes Jose.
Jose Castañeda from Los Angeles County. I move the Libertarian Party of California endorse Derek Michael Reed for the 47th U.S. House of Representatives Congressional District.
Derek Michael Reed for the 45th Congressional District.
47th.
47th Congressional District. All right, Derek Michael Reed. We can take 5 minutes of nominating speech or seconding speech. Okay. Do you want to speak as your second for 5 minutes at the microphone?
I think Michael has a lot of great ideas. He's a true libertarian, and I'm going to let him take it from here.
Okay, Derek Michael Reed, you have 10 minutes.
Greetings, my name is Derek Michael Reed. I'm running for the 47th Congressional District in coastal Orange
Get a little
County.
closer to the mic, Derek.
Hello.
Yeah, just stand a little closer to the mic. You're good.
Stand a little closer.
A little
There,
closer. There you go.
there we go. Take number 2. Greetings, my name is Derek Michael Reed. I'm running for the 47th Congressional District, which is located in coastal Orange County. I believe the stars have aligned for the Libertarian Party in 2028. Lars mentioned it briefly, but the demographics have significantly shifted over the last 3-4 years. We're now looking at approximately half the country viewing themselves as independent, quarter Democrat, quarter for the Republicans. The Democrats and Republicans have become unfit to govern, incompetent to solve, and has damaged this country for the last 120 years. And the people are fed up. 2/3 want a third-party candidate to come in and fix DC. This particular address may be the most significant address in the Libertarian Party over the next 2.5 years. In order to win the presidency, you must have 3 things, and they must be solid. You have to have a platform that 2/3 of Americans will vote for. You have to have a plan to implement it, and you have to have the skill set necessary to execute it. If you don't have all 3, you're not going to win, and we haven't won. There are 4 significant aspects to my platform. I'm going to eliminate the income tax as well as capital gains. I'm going to eliminate the national debt, the Federal Reserve, and the federal welfare complex. I'm going after the apex problems of the federal government. Меня зовут Derek Michael Reed. There's a Russian proverb, a fish rots from the head down. If you want to fix a lot of problems that are both at the federal and state and local levels, you got to target the apex problems of the federal government. You solve that, and there's a trickle-down effect where everything starts to magically align. But you got to start there. If you don't focus there, you're not going to solve the inherent systemic problems of the nation. And so you might ask, well, what about the taxation? You eliminate the income tax, the capital gains, you transfer taxation to the states based upon sales and revenue, a portion of which goes to the federal government, and we go back to the founding period where it was the states that basically supported the federal government, as it should be. So the states will be left with the taxing power. I won't touch property taxes. That's a state concern. I'm going for a federal office. There's states' rights. There's only so much I can do. This is plenty. The next aspect is eliminating the national debt. And it's easy to do. You might get shot dead like Lincoln and Kennedy if you try to do it. But I've got Jesus at my back, and I'm fearless. And this is how you do it. National bank holiday. You pull all the money out of the checking accounts. It's called the money supply. You use it to pay off the national debt. You then dissolve the Fed. You create the Bank of the United States, BUS, that issues the US dollar, Lincoln Greenback, fiat dollar. You print it and you put it back into the checking accounts to make all the depositors whole. So they go from one fiat currency to another. It's a currency translation, and what happens is that you do not have to pay $1.5 trillion a year in interest payments to the New York banks that control the Fed. And so the Congress will be able to provide oversight over the BUS and to keep the banks from controlling our government. The next thing is eliminating federal socialism. Federal Any socialism breeds corruption. That is an inherent nature of socialism, where top dogs skim, cronyism, you know what I'm talking about. And so what we do is we sit there and we recognize that we have pretty good state social services. And we have the federal Social Security, Section 8 housing, Obamacare. Well, what we do is we roll all of these federal social programs into the state programs. You have Medi-Cal, you have Medicaid. And so instead of having two social service programs, the duplication and the expense, you only have one. And what you do is you are freeing up the government from its taxation and social service provisions, freeing them up to actually do their job in controlling that corrupt federal judiciary that has allowed the Congress to defile our Constitution for the last 150 years. So those are the basic 4 points. Now, the benefit with transferring taxation to the states is that the IRS is no longer needed. They no longer have to engage in colonoscopy. We can eliminate the IRS as a side benefit, but it's those 4 key things that is going to revive the nation. And in so doing, I expect to jump the economy from about 25 trillion to 50 trillion. Okay, the skill set. And it is complex. This is going to be the greatest transformation of federal power back to the states in a second revolution. And only a third party can pull it off, a third party candidate, because the Democrats and Republicans won't. So during my congressional term, I write the legislation. The Democrats and Republicans will reject it on the floor, and that sets the stage for the 28th presidential election. In order to pull this off, you have to have a certain skill set. You have to have the interrogatorial scrutiny of an attorney. You have to have process modeling of a systems analyst. And you have to have developmental design skills of a design engineer. That's me in spades. And I did this kind of thing successfully for about 20 years in a related field. Now, I have managed legal teams, engineering teams, military teams, financial teams, and political teams. I am a natural commander. When you apply those skills to a very broad database, you're equipped to go in, form teams of experts, sit them down and say, we're going to change this system here, let's do it. We model what it is, and we design the workaround. And this is what I can do. This is the only path for the Libertarian Party to take the presidency. And I'm just wondering if you guys are up for it. Now, my platform is very specific. It's economics. I'm not addressing lifestyles or personal liberties, except for freeing people from the oppression of tax slavery and debt enslavement. And it has to do with the scope of the federal government. I'm not running for a state assembly where I'm going to concern myself with a lot of social issues. It's at the presidency and it's at the federal level. I'm going to win the 47th Congressional District. I've done some pretty fantastic things in my life, and this will be just another one. God bless America, the land that we all love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. America is blessed. Praise be to God. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, the question before us is, shall the Libertarian Party of California endorse Derek Michael Reed for the California 47th Congressional District? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? I think the ayes might still have that. We'll
Point
go
of
ahead and
information.
endorse Derek Michael Reed.
Point of information,
What?
point of information.
Yes.
Mark Hinkle, Santa Clara County, when would be appropriate to introduce a resolution concerning the billionaire tax?
That is the next thing on the agenda. As we finish the endorsements, we'll roll into resolutions. Yeah. All right. Any further endorsement? Any further endorsements?
I would like to endorse or ask for an endorsement for Tom Woodard.
Tom Woodard for
governor.
For governor. All right, is there a second? Okay, we have some seconds. All right, do you want to speak to that nomination, or are we going straight to the candidate? We'll go straight to the candidate. Tom, you have 10 minutes.
Excuse me, point of information.
Yes?
I have a substitute motion that we endorse for Governor Nicholas A. Thompson.
Who is Nicholas? Who?
He's a candidate running for governor. We have more than one. We don't just have one candidate, and they've taken papers.
Okay.
Here's proof, so.
Okay, do we have a second for that? This needs an 8-member second? Nobody else has needed an 8-member second. Okay, because we're just requesting an endorsement. It's not an- Okay, all right, so we need a second for this? I'm not hearing.
Point
a
of
second.
information.
You're going to second it, okay, all right. Point of information?
Thank you. Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. Do we know how many people have taken out papers for the Libertarian Party gubernatorial primary?
I don't know who we is in this case. I don't know who would know that. Joe might know that. Joe, I think, has been keeping a list. Those are the only two that Joe Dean knows of, and I'm willing to take Joe's word for that.
Does the convention organizer know how many?
Okay.
Can the convention organizer tell us how many were meant to participate in the governor's debate here? The other evening?
Tom Woodard was the only one to participate.
I can
in our
answer that.
discussion.
There was four initially potential candidates. One, Antonio dropped out to run for assembly, and then Andrew didn't show up, and then Nicholas also didn't show up, and I think me can.
So Andrew, he was supposed to show up, but it turns out he didn't get the proper papers, so he's running in 2030, so it wouldn't have really been appropriate for him to be in. And the other candidate, the one that Jose is doing to endorse, he is a college student, and he was going to come, but unfortunately, because of school and finances, he wasn't able to get here from Butte County, because he's from, far north.
Okay.
Thank you. So I want to summarize. We have two that we're sure of.
Yes.
Any others that were in the running are not now?
Right,
Okay,
as far as
thank
we know,
you.
there are just the two. But
Thanks
spell
very
his
much.
last name for me, please. Jose, please spell the last name.
Thompson, Thompson.
Nicholas Thompson.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So if I understand correctly, endorsements for two candidates for governors, that's what's going on right now?
I suspect that we're going to need to break this tie here somehow.
I guess,
I'm sorry, hold on a second. So we do need a standing second. I'm sorry, let me confer with the parliamentarian here for a second. Yeah, I see no, let me feel the room out here. Let's hear speeches from them both, and then we'll simply choose between them which one we endorse. Is there objection to that?
they're not here.
Or we could do NOTA?
Point of information.
Yes.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa
Yes.
Clara County. Would IRV be an appropriate method for this race?
If we're only going to have two,
As we did
maybe.
with the last.
Maybe, just like we did. Right, we're not really electing anything here. Okay. Yeah, okay, let me
Point of
consult with
information.
parliamentarian. Everybody stand at ease for just a minute. Let me see if I can sort this out with parliamentarian.
This party has nominated 2 people for governor in the past. Because we are a top 2 state, 2 people can win the election for governor to become a libertarian candidate on the general election. So we can nominate 2 or endorse 2.
All right, that's a fair point, but let me consult with the parliamentarian here real quick. Let's stand at ease for just a few minutes. Just stand at ease for just a few minutes. Let me consult. All right.
I could, but I want actually, like, I want it to be like slightly more attention to it than just doing it all the time, because then you can just. Sorry.
Agreed.
All right, and then, okay, gotcha, thank you. All right, so. All right, can I have the makers of the 2 motions please come up here real quick? Brandon, if you'd come up here real quick. Jose?
Okay, so we're gonna, I wanna be 100% clear. We're gonna write someone's name, whether it's Thompson or whether it's.
all those in favor of Thomas, say aye. Those opposed, and if you want your candidate, get your voters to vote against him. And then we would go to your candidate, and then if he does not get a majority. Well, because you might,
Say that closer to me. Oh my God. Are you doing it like,
told we are by the election. Yeah, but we can accept it. We have to set up on it.
oh yeah, I was doing against the gray wall. The gray, yeah.
If it is separate motions, then you can't, then he can't speak on it. If those directly to his candidate would be defeated, he could then go back and speak. That's the problem.
Libertarian, the way that like what's the word for it's like a murder approach, right? What are other expressions? We're the opposite. We are
Okay, all right. Because it's a substitute motion. He fronted it as a substitute motion, so we're gonna have to run a substitute motion. Okay, all right. Because we just couldn't resist setting off a bomb at 5:05 p.m. here in the Libertarian State Convention, we've got a motion to endorse a candidate that has been, and we've got a substitute motion offered to endorse a different candidate. So we're going to have to dispose of the substitute motion first. And for that, we need a standing second. Yes? Yes? A microphone, please. Let's all hear what we're doing.
Point of parliamentary procedure. You're asking for a standing second, but I'm going to ask, is there going to be an opportunity for both candidates to speak before we dispose of either motion?
I think that we're going to have some debate back and forth because of the substitute motion, and I think that will encompass that, I think, is where we're at.
You can't actually have somebody speak for the other candidate if you're doing this.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
No, you can't.
Well, I mean, somebody speaking for this candidate would be naturally in opposition to this motion.
They'd have to be speaking against it, yeah.
Right, and the against is this candidate. So I feel like.
You can speak against the
Okay,
motion.
all right. Okay, so we have a substitute motion. The substitute motion requires a standing second. Yes, I think. So we need, is it still 8 people? There's a bunch of people that have left. I think maybe we need a quorum count.
We only had one. We acted since we only have one.
There's not a lot of people left in here. Let me get a quick count of who's in here. Everybody hold your badge up. Let's count this off. Let's take a quick quorum count. And as I point to you, please put your badge down. So you are 1. Sean, you're 2. 3. Brandon? 4. In the back? Mimi? 6. 7. 8. 9. And all the way across, June? You're 10. You're 10. Star Child, you're 11. We're going to come back over here, Joe? 12. 15.
17.
Jose is 18. You're 19. 19.
20. 21.
22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 30.
31. 32. 33. 34.
35. 36. 37. 38.
And in the back?
39.
40. 41, 42, 43.
You have a quorum. You have a quorum. It's 39.
All right, we got 43 people in here. So I believe we have quorum because quorum is 39 at our last credential count. So we're just barely there, but that still means that we need an 8-man standing second because that's, yeah, because that's what's credentialed. So we have a substitute motion. We need 8 standing seconds in order to entertain this substitute motion to endorse a different guy. Do we have 8? Please rise.
Point of
now.
information,
Yes.
could we see the motion on the screen?
The motion is to substitute endorse Tom Woodard with substitute Nicholas Thompson. Or with Nicholas Thompson, substitute. Tom
Wait,
Woodard with-
so the original motion was to endorse
was to
Tom?
endorse Tom Woodard. The substitute motion has been made to instead endorse Nicholas Thompson.
Would an amendment be in order this time?
No, we're disposing of the substitute motion right now. It hasn't even been seconded yet, so we need to establish whether it's even happening. So we need a standing second of 8 for the substitute motion. If you are seconding this motion, please rise. This looks like it fails for lack of second. Okay, so the substitute motion will fail. So that brings us back to the motion for endorsement for Tom Woodard. That's where we're at. Do we?
Move to amend?
Yes, Woodard has been nominated and seconded. We have not previously been debating these. They've just been going to candidate statements. Do we need to debate Tom Woodard, or did we all hear from him? There's a move to amend this motion now. Okay.
Yes, a point was made earlier, I think perhaps by Mimi, that given that there's a top 2 system in California, and this is for, at this point, the primary election, that it would make sense to nominate 2 candidates, since 2 could advance the general election. I would like to move to endorse both Tom Woodard and Nicholas Thompson.
Well, how about if we do this before I seek a second? What if we just endorse Tom Woodard and then Jose asks us to endorse Nicholas Thompson, and then we go ahead and endorse both just like you want, but we don't have to do anything procedural about it?
I think endorsing one and then having a separate vote on the other would be more likely to produce a split result. I would really propose that we endorse both of them at the same time. I think that'd be fair to both candidates.
All right, so we have an amendment then on the floor then. We need a standing second of 8 for the amendment to try and do both at once. Do we have a standing second for the amendment to try and do them both at once? 1, 2, 3, looks 4, 5. Looks like no. Okay, that amendment will fail for lack of a second, which brings us back to the original motion, which is seeking endorsement for Tom Woodard. Does anybody else want to try and fold, spindle, or mutilate this motion before we move ahead? Okay, all right. Brandon, you can take 5 minutes to talk about Tom, and then we can go to Tom for 10 minutes.
Well, I'm just going to let him speak for himself and get this done and over with. So, Tom.
All right, thank you. All right. Let's have order, please, while Tom gives us a statement. Let's have some order, please, while Tom gives us a statement.
I hope it takes me longer to adjust this microscope than it does to talk, and give you guys also the space of the time. Look, I spent a lot of time on this in the last 9 months, and the time itself that I've spent has been my motivation. Because the more I dig into it, the more I feel, it may sound kind of unusual, but the more I feel like I'm supposed to do this. It's like I'm motivated. I'm very motivated by what I see, by the chaos in our state, by the real solutions that are right before our eyes, and yet we can't apprehend them because of the political ideology that's dominated the state for too long. And I know it's a very difficult task as a libertarian to go up against all the forces that be. And by the way, the only reason I would hope that there would not be other endorsements is while there's 2 candidates that are going to win the primary, there's 11 Democrats right now, there's 5 Republican candidates, and there's umpteen other smaller party things, over 20 total. And I would rather not dilute the libertarian brand myself. I'd like to put all the wood behind one arrow, and if you do that, and you endorse me, I promise that I will also put all of myself behind the arrow as well. Thank you.
Okay. So the question before us is whether or not the Libertarian Party of California, will the Libertarian Party of California endorse Tom Woodard for California governor? All those in favor, please stand, because I suspect that we might be doing something else here in a minute. Okay, please be seated. Those opposed, please stand. All right, that is a clear majority. All right, so we will endorse Tom Woodard for governor.
I would like to make a motion for an endorsement.
I have a point of
okay.
information.
Oh, wait,
I got here first for that, by the way, on purpose.
Did you recognize first? Oh, you were? Okay, all right, go ahead.
No, I got there first. And
sorry.
requests for information are not interrupting motion.
Okay.
Or it's not. I rise to move to endorse Michael Rickey. He is running for the 2nd District San Diego City Council. And he was here, right there.
He's here. All right, Michael Rickey. All right. Michael, you have 10 minutes.
All right. I'll make this quick. Thank you, Mimi, for endorsing me. I'm running for very selfish reasons. I grew up in San Diego, and I'm watching the city getting destroyed, and I want to protect my city. I don't want to be a politician. I had no intention of doing this. I just couldn't find anybody else to vote, and it's just the way it was. So the more I get into this realm, I'm learning a whole lot as I go along. And I found more of my community coming out to support, not because of me being a libertarian. Honestly, that has not come up very much at all. It's a nonpartisan race, and I like to see it that way. We're talking about the issues, and I'm seeing a lot of our community come out and actually talk about issues that people normally wouldn't talk about. And I'd appreciate your endorsement to help bring a little bit more light to the party, but just to get more awareness out of a local candidate. Right now we have 13 candidates running. When I started, there was only 3. And so this is starting to get kind of muddy, and any endorsement is a good endorsement. And I really appreciate your guys' endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so the question before us is, shall the Libertarian Party of California endorse Michael Rickey for the 2nd District of the San Diego City Council? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, we'll endorse Michael Rickey for the 2nd District of the San Diego City Council. Good luck to you.
I have
All
a
right,
point of
here we are.
information, and
Yes.
that is that my vote in the endorsement for governor not be opposed, but I was voting for none of the above, which is always an option in libertarian elections. So I want to make it clear, I wasn't voting against Mr. Woodard, but for none of the above.
A fair point, thank you. Okay, any further endorsements?
I have a point of something.
Are we to point of something?
It's
Okay,
a point
all
of
right.
something that is relevant to this, which is that if you happen to be a candidate for office and you would like a photo, a headshot for your materials or anything like that, I will be here for probably an hour after the convention. You can feel free to come get a shot. So I just wanted to let you know, and it's free of charge. Just like come to me and I will get you a nice photo for your materials. Thank you.
She's not lying, her photos are great.
Thank you.
All right, so any further endorsements? Looks like the microphones are bare. I'm going to turn this page and thank our lucky stars. Okay, the last thing on the agenda, keeping in mind that it is 5:16 p.m., is resolutions and other matters. Yes.
If Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if it's in order, I'd like to move to adjourn sine die.
I think that that's in order. Are we in order?
It's in order, but since
Oh, that's right. We were talking about the billionaire tax.
Got it.
Okay, will you withdraw the motion for a
I'll
resolution
withdraw for
on the billionaire tax?
but
Okay.
I'll come back.
I suspect. Okay. All right, Mark Hinkle, tell us about the billionaire tax. If you have a resolution, can it please be in writing so the secretary can get it? All right, excellent.
This is regarding the billionaire tax resolution. 1, the Libertarian Party of California affirms that taxation is. 2, the Libertarian Party of California affirms that the principle of private property. 3, the Libertarian Party opposes the movement to drive businesses out of California. Therefore, the Libertarian Party of California condemns the billionaire tax appearing on the November ballot as evil.
Well, thank you. I like it. Okay, do we have a second for that? Do we need a standing second for this? Do we have a standing second? We need a standing second. Everybody please stand if you, standing second to oppose the billionaire tax doesn't sound hard. Okay, we totally have it. Here we go. So we can have some discussion on this, keeping in mind that it is now 5:18 p.m. This resolution can be open for discussion. Or do you debate?
Yes,
Yeah,
Starchild from
there's
San
something.
Francisco.
Yep.
I would suggest that rather than sort of playing into the hands of the people, who are proposing this tax by calling it the billionaire's tax, we simply refer to it as a tax on people simply based on the amount of resources they have or some other language, just as a matter of messaging.
Am I hearing a motion to amend the resolution?
I don't have specific language. Suggestions would be welcome. I just feel like calling it a billionaire's tax is a bad move because a lot of people out there just hear that and they want to tax billionaires, unfortunately.
Fair enough. That feels like a reasonable thing for us to say in our conversations with our neighbors about the billionaire's tax. Thank you. All right, anything further? All right, let's go ahead and take this thing to a vote. Is this 2/3? Majority. Oh, ooh. Okay.
What is the official name of the tax? Maybe if it's not billionaire's tax, if it's something more technical, maybe we could refer to it by the official name.
I think at this stage it might actually be called the billionaire's tax. Well, there's a piece of weird bylaw language here that I think is going to be important for what we're doing going forward here. In the resolutions and other matters section of the rules, it says that the votes in order to pass one of these is 2/3 of the votes cast, but not less than a majority of all delegates registered. So, and I think that prevents situations kind of like this one, where lots of people have left and then resolutions get rammed through and not a lot of people left. So, yeah, so that means that we're going to need 39 votes in order to hit a majority. So let's do another quick quorum count just to see if we can even pass anything. Or
Microphone,
okay.
please.
Yeah, I think we need the minimum though. Yeah, this is specifically designed for that sort of thing, I think. So that we, all right. We'll ask for yes, but we'll ask for yes, what's what I'm saying. So let's take this to a vote. So all those in favor, please stand up.
What are we voting on, point of information?
We are voting on the resolution to condemn the billionaire's tax.
I would like to make an amendment, please.
I
And the
think
gentleman who,
we've closed debate.
I was waiting for you to decide on a process
Oh.
to make my amendment. Star Child just suggested some other language that he hasn't presented to the secretary in writing. I would like to, and I got his permission for this, is to insert before billionaire's tax
Okay, everybody be seated, please.
the phrase so called, so hyphen called. And
Okay.
Star Child has agreed with that, and this is Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the, we have a second. I think amendments is a standing second? No, okay, all right. So we just do this? All right, so we have a second for that. So 2/3?
No, majority.
Simple majority.
On the amendment.
Okay, all right. Is there any objection to the amendment adding the term so-called in front of billionaire's tax? All right, okay, we'll go ahead and make that amendment. So now then, let's vote on the resolution itself. So those in favor of the resolution, please stand and let's count it off. We did the amendment, we're good. All right, so Sean, you are number 1. 2. Mimi? Linda? 12? Oh, Calvin? 24. Hold on. Your 23 is here? Ross, you're 23, 24, 25, 6, 27, 30. Star Child, you're 31. Mark?
32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37.
38. Look at that.
And wait a minute, you can vote.
I'm voting. It is not my practice to vote unless it breaks a tie, but I'm going to make it 39 so that we can pass it. There we go. All right. So we had exactly the 39 votes to make that happen. Boom, look at us. Worth noting, we only have 39 votes in the room. So it's 5:23. Are there any other resolutions to come before us? Okay. Okay, let's have an announcement, please.
No, shit.
Right here.
Hi, my name's Sean Osborne from Los Angeles. I'm the host of the Liberty Blues podcast. I love to have candidates on, so anybody that's running for office, please come talk to me. I'd love to have you on the show. I've had Lars on a few times. Tom's been on. Fina's been on. I've had people on who are running for Senate and governors from all over the country. That's one of the things I really like to do is help get social media out there for different people running for office. So, hit me up or check out the podcast and hit me up online if you don't get a chance to talk to me today. And activists too, so you don't just have to be running for office. I like to have people that are out there talking about different things. And the Liberty Blues Network.
All right, thank you, Sean. This microphone.
Just wanted to ask for a round of applause for everyone that made this possible, including our AV guy, James. Everyone, thank you very much.
That is reasonable. I thank you to everyone involved in putting this on. This took an enormous amount of work from a significant volume of people who cannot be effectively named because I will forget someone and that will be terrible. So thank you to all of you who helped tonight with everything. This microphone.
I'll make an announcement and then a motion.
Okay.
Announcement for those who want to talk with me about Oxnard after we adjourn, please come by and talk to me. I would like to make a motion to adjourn Sine Die.
All right, do we have a second for that?
Object. I have one quick announcement. Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. We've talked a lot about top 2. There is a hearing on February, is it the 26th or 27th? Shoot, I think it's the 26th of February online.
Okay, quickly.
Over the case that Gail Lightfoot is a plaintiff in, and the Libertarian Party of California to obliterate the top 2 open primary.
All right.
Richard Wing, Ballot Access News has the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right, so we have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Is there an objection to adjourning the meeting? All right, we are adjourned at 5:25. The executive committee will meet at 6.